All right, welcome back. It's week 3, reset day on a proper day, you know? I'll just cut to the chase. I don't expect anything to really be added. Sorry for the person who probably voiced the next NPC, but I think there's only one thing that's added, and it's another weekly, which admittedly is below average. Like not that much below average, but it's definitely still even lower, not having bridge sections to it. So let's just hop right in, run our weekly upkeeps, right? We did a lot of TLC in between last week and this week. Got some experience with, so last week, just to summarize, last week was when the trial was accessible to those who do not buy the 2-week half start, right? And out of 3 runs, we managed to complete the advanced defender of the Moon Dancer, and then saw that you can have access to a step up weapon set, right? So that was one of the highlights of last week, because you gain accessibility to a more support oriented weapon set. And as far as all the griping and the entitlement of individuals who are selectively towards pain giving and continue to do so, which represents the majority of Neverwinter players that are currently on these servers, these represent the stock gaps, the bottlenecks, and incentives for the bottlenecks of the role that is constantly missing, which over the past week, it's very unanimously and disproportionately the tank, because the way trials are designed tends to be the largest point of failure is the tank. For the most part, tanks are obligated to gear up, hit mandatory checks, and most of their mechanics are mandatory, as in they're obligatorily linked to their stats. And having this kinda of incentivizes it, sort of offloads some of the transitions into master trials, but overall, still, if you ever sit here for a few seconds, it's heals second to a very, very demanding need for tanks. And that still illustrates further the point that when you have the 3 stats, total damage, incoming damage, and total healing, incoming damage is double the value of healing requirements, and healing requirements double the advantage of DPS. Roughly speaking, I would say those are more accurate depictions of performance-based things that the developers consistently traditionally design around, right? So even myself, as someone who prefers to tank most of the time, would pick up the healer role, since I usually fill something, instead of having to go through the brutal toxicity and abuse that unintentionally happens when it comes to the apathy, the apathetic and non-empathizing pain giver population. So things like you queue up in a group, the tank falls, people run around, 3 pain givers leave the group and then go fish for a new tank and healer pairing. That's usually how it happens. A pain giver runs around, dies 4 times, AFKs out of the private queue, and then go find a new advanced dance of the moon dance. So those are the things that I've observed the most consistent, having last week gain access to the trials and then spotlighting the trials up to this week. So that's the overall experience most of the time. You still get completions in there, here and there, but largely if you are the healer or the tank, whether you aren't openly or directly toxic, the vast majority of the Neverwinter community has a perspective of getting things done, which that's fair, but they're usually looking for roles that they themselves do not fill, and also they do not show any form of empathy or encouragement to stay a support. So support roles, and this is a really bright spot in week 2, knowing that there's support oriented incentives other than incurring the apathy that is required to do trials. Generally, this type of feeling is lessened in a dungeon manner because dungeons have smaller requirements, as in people requirements, and they are more frequent, right? And they are designed in a manner that the point of failure doesn't happen immediately. It happens pretty fast, even before the final boss, like the final moth ship in Moon Dancer. So when someone leaves, obviously for the most part, everyone leaves immediately, and statistically, even if we're not talking about subjectively, statistically it is a pain giver that will leave the queue, because there are more redundancy in pain giving, so therefore it is also likely that they are a point of failure that isn't related to the success of the trial, like not a mandatory point of failure, more like a rate, like quitting and just fishing for time, right? So unfortunately, having a lower bar for the design stuff needs time to adjust for the tolerance levels. But tank mechanics tend to be the most unrewarding design in general. In traditional MMORPGs, it's still largely the same. I'm not saying it's changed or it's worse here or not, relatively speaking. It's just this is the traditional aspect. And generally speaking, the one thing that is remarkably different from those games that still uphold the Golden Trinity for trials and raids is that their reward system specifically rewards tanks and roles that are rarer with equipment that is actually substantially geared towards the people who do those roles actively. So for example, in this game, you gain access to the support items regardless if you're supporting. So it doesn't obligate anyone. It's a diffusion of responsibility to supply the tanking and the healing. And I've highlighted this before, which is what makes the Neverwinter community selectively biased towards pain giving. Because if I can't heal or tank the thing, I will likely pain give. It has less points of failure. And if the game itself is designed to be dependent on the support role, then you will continue to push and towards more pressure onto getting adequate support. However, since the community doesn't resonate with such a minor population, the developers, in my opinion, are the ones in control of how to incentivize and promote meritocracy for tanking and healing. And this is kind of a step in my opinion, a nice offset, because if I want to pain give, I obviously want tanks and healers to be available if I ever want to pain give, right? So it's a unintentional apathy. Like, oh, I'm good at pain giving. That doesn't make you great at critiquing or analyzing what tanks and healers have to do. It might give you a perspective on it, certainly, but it doesn't give you that emotional baggage that a person who doesn't primarily pain give would have. that's a little wrap up of my sentiments regarding Trials. It's the same sentiment I have for every module up to this point, at least so far. Based on their design, their reward system. It's less so now that there is a set that is starting to diversify towards supports. Like, I do not pain give, not necessarily because I'm prideful and say that I prefer to support. I don't pain give because there is statistically likely higher threshold pain givers and a lack of a healer or tank. So I selectively do what is necessary to get a run in, not do what I want because it's fun or entertaining. And it kind of, I don't have a conflict of interest with that, obviously, because it's more intellectually interesting to fill the role of a healer and a tank more so than a pain giver nowadays. There's a lot of social aspects and diplomacy and politics that is involved in being a support player, and a lot of emotional intrigue in it compared to pain givers who simply are in a good place. Like, if you ask, I mean, personally, I would say, relatively speaking, if you're a pain giver, this game really does feel like home most of the time. All the expectations are met most of the time. When they're not, it's more like a person who sounds like they're self-entitled, because this game's design in general panders to pain giving. And as pain giving, I'm saying DPS, but as we're playing Neverwinter, I prefer to use the word pain giver as it's specific to Neverwinter. Anyways, all right, let's get started. Let's see how quickly and nip this in the bud, because third week is generally it's the last thing. The first 2 weeks are the big weeks, and then the third week is usually the first 4 weeks. It kind of goes up for the second week, and then it kind of tapers down third and fourth week, and then it just repeats for the rest, generally speaking. So there might be something that happens at next week, because the milestones are set at the end. So the thing I'm referring to is this. This is the only thing that I noticed as I was walking around that was different. So we have the curator of histories as a short line about, actually, maybe there's something more. It's telling me to go to the outskirts. It's a blue indicator, so I was expecting it to be different. Hold up. I mean, was just like a weekly for a heroic encounter, but let's hold up. Let's see. So that guy didn't really say anything, but let's listen to this. It's Avatos.
I'm glad you were here. My hunch was correct. Those falling stars are not natural. We must get to the one near the city and see if it poses a threat.
This kind of reminds me of the first, like the walkover. This is the walkover location to the Moon Dancer, but it is continuing that evasion part where, I've got the Alliance name, but the Imperium is invading, and this is the location. Give me a sec. Nose is running a little bit. Okay. Is this the same invisible walls? Is this the same locate, like the same thing as the walkover? It's starting to look like it.
We'll pin you to the ground. Light hits you.
I could have made a mistake and not noticed that you could repeat this. That is a possibility. But this kind of looks like the first thing. Like when you started the campaign. It's the same lieutenant, I think. I'm pretty sure this is the same lieutenant. Oh, there was an adjustment to this actually. It was an adjustment to it because of the first week, but these guys were lowered. They were really hardy. Like, I'm gonna say it feels like it's half. Yeah, it's like cut in half. Because this took a really long time the first time. So they got scaled down because there were individuals who had to do this solo, right? But it wasn't, it took incredibly long and there was a point of failure on it.
This crystal is draining the life of everything around it. It's starting to grow as well. We must find a way to stop it before it consumes everything. This may spread into the city, quite possibly all of Faerun.
That's right. This crystal is one of the major heroic encounters, and it was called like the moth or something, like the moth crystal. Strange moth. I'll remember once we do our daily, our weeklies, but yeah. It was in the space area too, so I guess they're just gonna blow it up. Wait. Hold up. This is a repeat of the first one. Are you telling me it's just to repeat the first one? Did I miss this? I don't think this is the new thing, because it's the same thing as it's the first scene. It shows how memorable these things are, right? Yeah, it's a repeat of the first scene.
I got word that Neverwinter needed aid.
I might have.
All aboard the Moon Dancer.
I might have. Maybe I missed this on week 2. You could have repeated this on week 2. Cause yeah, this is the same exact thing. All right. So I didn't know you could repeat this, which I guess it would cut down 25 of the stuff. So this is the same. Like it is the same thing. Outside the scale down that I mentioned. It is scaled down. Which is kind of lovely for probably the vast majority of pain givers, really. It's a event of attrition for like tanks and healers. It just takes too long, right? But it's not like they can fail. I had no idea you could repeat this for 25 tokens. So I don't actually know right now if this was the thing that was unlocked. Whoops. As a repeatable. So historically, things that are weeklies that give
My brother is likely on the way with the Xerixian Armada, which will destroy this ship and imprison any survivors. Well, I do appreciate the daring rescue. We must leave realm space at once.
Xerixian, right? Those Xerixian Empire, I'm gonna call them. Because this is more of a rebels versus the Empire kind of thing.
Looks like we rescued that prisoner just in
Very,
time.
very Star Warsy, as you might, if you want to draw the parallelisms. And it is a space theme, right? Okay. So we just do that, right? Is that the only thing?
Though I am forbidden to interfere in the grand design, I see all that comes to pass.
So I'm pretty sure this is the thing that was available. Because I ran around in week 2, and I don't think I noticed this was a weekly.
It's always
It does give
interesting
25,
to
right?
see
Yeah.
history repeating itself.
Okay.
Return to me in half a fortnight, and we shall relive this history again, if you so desire.
Yeah, so in a way, I think this is pretty clever, you know. He's a curator of history, so he's basically retelling what has already transpired. And you get extra credit for it, so that's kind of... Alright, I know this might sound a little bit weird, but pragmatically, right, if you were asking a person who's incredibly pragmatic about what they do and what they have done, here's a bit of an alternative perspective. I understand the frustration when you're treading the same ground in order to fluff certain things, but a lot of times when you do it thematically like this and then reward them with, you know, it is undoubtedly retreading and extending the length of the same things that have been made, as in bootstrapping, right? At the same time, when it comes to live service games, like myself, even for myself, I forget the next week, or I forget 2 weeks from now, or 3 weeks from now. So in a way, this is doing something that another game I play does really well as well. In addition, where you can still replay, but have an additional extra for replaying all the events. Because at some point, when the life of a live service game extends to a point, you're going to forget what happened. Or you wait for the next update, right? And you've already forgotten what happened in the last update. And these are ways, this is a thematic way, like a curator of history. That's kind of cute. I think it's kind of cute to have some more of a celestial-like character, or a celestial-like character that has a working knowledge. In the game, in like PSO NGS, you have a person who records all the history too, and then you play them all back. You can choose any section in the whole line since it's history to replay. So in a way, that's what this is doing, and it serves as a mechanic. In my opinion, it serves as a subjective mechanic of being able to remind oneself what the heck actually did happen. It's a very diminished return, right? Because live service models, they're more about loose memories, they're more about incremental mechanics, and or at least that's what trends most of the time. And for myself, I appreciate that there is a place where you can revisit and get reminded. I practically got reminded what happened week 1 because of this, which I don't know if it was available in week 2. But I thought this was new because I didn't come across this. I looked at all the vendors, I went around the ship. I don't think this was up. If I missed it, then that just further supports my point of when you play a live service game, you kind of get used to certain patterns and you kind of just miss things, right? So just a little side note. I don't think it's bad or good, just offering some why this could be valuable to some people.
Do not stare too deeply
Yeah, so it's a
into my
weekly.
eyes, for
I'll take the 25 and the
lost in
doubloons,
time.
though.
Do you wish to revisit a piece of your history?
Yep. And I think that's it. I actually earnestly believe one of these doors might have been open. For example, I didn't go down to below these decks because there were vendors here, and usually it takes a while before you actually visit the vendors, so it's not clear if week milestone 2 on week 3 you gain access to one of these vendors. They are very helpful vendors, actually. And it did allow me to gain access to certain things. Like getting a copy of a specific Astro Raider thing. Which gives a little bit of a digression. I do like the way they've divvied up the currency system. Because the currency system now takes in the extensive and bootstrapped now currency system takes into account completion over looting. So now the vast majority of things are also tied to completion as an alternative for looting, and it's pretty much one-to-one. I mean, all covered. There's no there is still one or two things that are exclusive to looting, which is at the very, the elite class, the master class, master dungeons. However, for the vast majority of things, it's tied to completion as well. So for example, like this thing here, if I don't get certain things, right? Usually it's the gear set, whatever weapon set and or ring set or something. Completion of the ratio tends to be, I'm gonna say 10-1, between 5-1 and 10-1. So if you complete something 5 times and you don't get what you're seeking, you probably have enough currency to get the thing, right? If you get lucky and get the thing, you can get something else as well. Or 10-1 is usually the upper limit, where it's 10 completions in order to get something. So like I imagine this is 10, so you probably get 1 miniature neutron core per clear of the master trials, and the secondary currency tends to be 5-1. So you got every 5 runs you probably get 15-20, right? That brings it about 90 for 5 runs. And then it's the combination of the two. You can probably get both currencies at the same time for master clear. You do get this currency for an advanced clear because it's the secondary currency, and it's scaled down to 5 runs ish, 5 completions. So that's kind of like the standard tier system that they have for currency. And these vendors tend to be unlocked as you're eclipsing milestones. Last week was the unlocking of the trial. So I imagine this vendor, the trial merchant, was unlocked during last week. And this evasion merchant was probably available after the first week's milestone, which is when you're instructed to go to an invasion, probably. Like at the end of the first week, is my thought. So that's kind of it. And I guess at the end of the second week, which is the beginning of this week, you start getting retroactive events as weeklies, which is retreading old things. Sure, it's a reuse of assets, but if you're a developer that is on a time crunch, right, pragmatically speaking, it is retreading things. So therefore it doesn't actually add to anything. So in terms of content development and whatnot, on a very fixed thing, nothing has actually changed on the second milestone. So there's that. However, the alternative would have just been nothing at all, which is a distinct possibility because for the most part, anything past like 4 tends to be nothing at all. except like a reinvestment of currency, a thing that allows you to reinvest currency that overflows from your weekly cap. And we do know that, as far as I'm aware, I don't know what's going on at Cryptic, but the publishers, the industry is shrinking quite a bit. Like retracting from the whole post-COVID and all that stuff. And I believe that Embracer Group is one of them that are getting hit and then cutting back, you know, trickling down, and Gearbox Publishing has to cut back. So I don't know if it impacts Cryptic, but generally speaking, it hasn't gotten bigger. It's either stayed the same or it's gotten smaller in terms of resources. So I would naturally expect a downscaling of certain things being reasonable. I wouldn't say I like that, but it's a reasonable expectation. All right. That's it. There's nothing else for this week, so it's largely below average. It's previously the previous modules had more bridging, writing, and maybe like another voice actor or two reprising some sort of NPC. Up to like week 4 or week 5 even. Now it looks like it just stops at week 2. So it kind of checks out. Let's go back to chillin' and getting things done. Over the week there was a patch change. The only patch change that's related to the content is one of the encounters are fixed, right? The one that deals with animals is it's fixed and it can reset and it's working. Across the week, it does work. And also how the credit is given for invasion. So last week I showed that you just pick up like 2 of the chests and it completes the whole evasion thing. But now it's tied to how much buzz jewels you get. Are they called buzz jewels? Yeah, buzz jewels, and it's far more. So now it's tied to it. So invasion takes executing on addition to the looting. So we'll see how long that takes, because we have to refresh our weeklies here. And that's about it. Right, the activities thing. It's this one, right? The Xerexian Armada weekly. We'll see. Oh wait, I lied. Here it is. Just kidding. Just kidding. It's masked by this. Hold up. No. Okay. No. I spoke too soon. Just kidding. There is something here. It's okay, one thing I have to note then, it's kind of weird that the blue thing is taking priority. I kind of, okay, this is just a light design choice. It's not really that big a deal. I personally think it's a little bit more intuitive to have anything that's quest related to be the top list, because it only displays the icon, right? It only displays the icon of the topmost thing. So alternatively, you have double icons next to each other. So have a separate indicator for a quest line thing, the main quest line thing, and any turn-ins. That's then it would circumvent what just happened here. Generally speaking, this happens all the time for myself. But since I started migrating stuff, I didn't realize that the completion turn-in icon actually supersedes the quest marker icon. So this is the milestone thing. I just couldn't see it, obviously.
I got your payment from the
So let's turn these in first.
Grandmaster. Destroying those.
See, it's here, right? Now it shows the top one. But I think that this should remain at the top, regardless of the order. So the turn-in order matches the queue order of the task.
I
Just
really
a
enjoyed the
personal...
Omomia. I'd like to get my hands.
Yeah, so those are the normal repeatables. That's just a minor thing. It's nothing, really. I should have checked all the NPCs regardless. So that's a lesson learned. So here's the story thing from Milestone 2 that was carried over to this week.
We just picked up a message from a Vicar Anon requesting assistance on asteroid Omomia. She represents a group of priests who worship beings from the plane of water. They have set up a small enclave on the asteroid. I think it's safe enough for us to bring the Moon Dancer close so we can investigate. If you can get them to join the cause, they could probably bring some of their healing magic and water creatures to battle against the Empire.
Interesting. So, Vicar Anon. So Ammonia, it's another fill for another like sect in the galaxy. Cause the last time when we collected peeps, it was the first week, and it was Remchi, right? Remchi had the merchants, and then the astral elves on Valoria, and then the Gith on one of the asteroids. Zarkor? I don't know. Hold up. We need to go to the map. Zarbos. Yeah. So Zarbos. So technically we visited these three. Valoria, Remichi. Remichi? I'm starting to use Japanese emphasis on these words, but Remichi, maybe it's Remichi, Valoria, and Zarbos. Now we're going to Armonia. You can freely visit these like bodies regardless of where your progress is, because we have no idea why these asteroids are here and this planet's here, right? But they're mechanically used for like heroic encounters. So let's go there. Let's see what the people who worship the plane of water is like. I didn't get the impression that it was water here, interestingly enough.
Stick close to old Regis. I'll get us through this mess.
I haven't even noticed that there was this thing here, and that there's actually water in here. Anyways, okay.
Greetings to you, traveler. Have you come to worship the avatar of water as well?
Oh, right. The enemies. I remember the enemies. Yeah, they do the little, like, tidal wave attacks and whatnot.
Have you come to Ammonia to pay your respects to the avatar of water? We traveled far in our pilgrimage to reach this asteroid. We set out once we learned that a holy avatar called this home. We know not the history of the Quotoa found here, yet they too worship the same avatar. Although we should be allies, the Quotoa attack my fellow priests on sight. They make it almost impossible for us to reach the avatar of water and collect the pearls we use in our rituals. We lack the means for direct combat, as our spells are mostly for healing and conjuration. I hate to neutralize fellow worshippers of water, but they are a nuisance to us here on this asteroid. If you are willing to purge this asteroid of Gotoku, we shall compensate you for your time.
So, genocide. Again. So, yes. The purging. Nothing like a, another facsimile of a religious cult with a conflict of interest and resorts to hiring a mercenary to purge the opposition. Feels bad, man. Sorry, folks. Man, you just walk into their village and purge. So much purging. Alright. In the Gith one, Gith and Illithid is the same way, right? Conflict of interest. Although Illithids could arguably be considered malicious invaders. So there's that. Not entirely sure I get along with this task though. Oh, right, another patch related thing. The one asteroid, which asteroid am I thinking of? Zarbos. Zarbos, the poor guy is no longer stuck in the rock. The guy is no longer spawned inside the rock anymore. He's forever free. Once again. Rescue priest. Was there actually even a priest here? I don't see any priest. I think they're chilling on the outside. Oh, that priest. Man, it's so void of... Everything's just green here. Yeah, these priests. Water priest. The chanting is interesting. The music. Or the ambiance, background music. If you will. Alright. The purging has happened.
It is unfortunate that their deaths are sobering for us here. We will pray to their god Blibdulpoop, asking for their souls to be granted safe passage to the afterlife.
Did you just say poop? Bibdulpoop? Alright.
The Avatar makes sand pearls here on Amomia. These are extremely rare and coveted by us, as we use them in our rites for our goddess, Prasanna. With the hostile Gotoku wandering the asteroid, we must scavenge the area in search of these pearls. Your might is clear to us, and we see that you could easily recover some of these pearls. Are you willing to assist us and bring us a few of these? We will certainly grant you a reasonable reward for your time.
She totally skipped 2 words. And we see that you could easily recover some of these pearls with ease, but she totally did not say this part. It's a prepositional phrase. It's not that, you know, it's optional. But anyways. Alright. So we purge, you know, we purge the natives, and then now we collect their resources, right? Because that's what invaders do. You know? I thought it was these big glowy things, but clearly it's the not glowy things that happens to look like the big glowy things. But they're kind of like on the ground. Yep. Is that a mini boss? Oh yeah. Might be a mini boss. I mean, like a name guy, but it just says chieftain. Oh yeah, it is. It's 5 pips. There are 5 pips underneath. What do they even give? What's the intent of this guy? Okay. Maybe doubloons or something. It is incredibly hardy. Checks out for 5 pip. Doubloons. Okay. Oh, you know what? I've been doing heroic encounters for the doubloons, but if you just cycle through the mini guys, it's 20 doubloons just to clear them. That's actually fairly reasonable. You need doubloons for the keys as well. You need a lot. It's 150 doubloons for keys. And doing heroic encounters, let's just say it just rubber bands. It's still rubber banding. Like I lost like 4 inputs there. Oh, and I have repeatables here. It looks like the pool of repeatables that I accepted actually included the Avatar of Water. Wait, was this always here? Oh, maybe these are new. I don't remember the mini boss being here. I haven't explored this though, so it might have already been there. Just we didn't have any like quests related to them yet. That's kind of neat. They reused the spell plague is when I remember this model being used, or a lot of there was another instance of this in the Underdark. Where these pearls are kind of hard to see. Okay. They overlap with the priests, which is kind of nice. When you see interaction points overlapping, it also potentially have a chance of stacking. I say chance of stacking, but it's actually not that common here since there are so many different what do I call them, section instances of instances. This is all technically one instance. That's how you quick travel between everything without loading, but they're sectioned off, which makes overlapping quest things not as hot. Kind of reminds me of in what is the campaign called, the adventure called? I don't even know if it's available anymore. Hold up. A legacy. It was called something like elemental evils. So there was a section of elemental evils that dealt with, it's the air one on the top, where there are a bunch of interconnected areas, but you interact with the point to get to another plane, and they're sectioned off like physically. This does not have that same thing. It's made to look like they're different. So like, for example, which a lot of people still think they're separated when they're doing like HE calls. All of these little things here, they're all part of the same instance. It's just they're geographically set apart. So when you quick travel between these, you're still actually in the same instance. However, this is a little deceptive because most players think that these are not in the same instance. So they manually run back to like the boat section and then travel between. But generally speaking, even those with like some of those who have like VIP and stuff, where they can travel post between the two, it would still run back to the beginning because they're thinking that traveling between all these pieces would change their instance. And when you're looking for HEs and stuff, you want to stay in the same instance. And there's no convenient way of going back and forth because you have to go back to the boat every time and then select from the menu, as opposed to the elemental evils one where you have a bunch of interconnected portals, but the portals just take you instantly to the section that is connected to. It doesn't bring up the map again, so you don't constantly have to keep bringing up this map over and over again and then selecting between the two. The alternative is, it's kind of nice to look at this stuff. It's kind of cute. I think it's pretty sweet, like the time they took to create this asset. At the same time, after you've done this 100 to 200 times, that's usually the average by the time 3 weeks roll around, you kind of start the novelty of looking at this map and having to do like 2 click searches over and over again between start to pile up, I would say.
Amazing! You said you hail from the planet Toril in the realm space system? We look kindly upon your people this day.
So the planet, we are, I guess, does Toril refer to where Neverwinter is? Where Forgotten Realms is? The realm space system? Interesting. Or maybe Toril is the portal, like the portal to this place. I don't know. I don't know enough about this stuff.
We recently returned from paying our respects to the Avatar of Water, yet our earlier prayers went ignored. To our surprise, many priests were ingested by the Avatar as tribute when they approached. This must be Persona punishing us for something we do not yet understand. The Avatar of Water cannot be slain, as it has divine protections placed upon it by Persona herself. We must test these protections and see if Persona is still here with us. This will allow us to know if she has abandoned all here on Amomia. The Avatar is quite powerful, yet if you defeat it, we will know if Persona is with us when the Avatar returns to life.
I don't know about what these water priests are supposed to be, but I get the feeling that it was intentionally supposed to sound fanatic, like a fanatic, because she sounds a little kooky to me. Like instead of being more of a noble order, they sound more like a cult, and I don't know if that's intentional, if they're supposed to be kooky. And it's very possible that they're supposed to be kooky, like fanaticism. Who knows? Or lots of other people know. I don't though. Alright. What was the god? Persona? Persona's on my side. Avatar of water. Get out of here. You and take that, Persona's protection. You know, just bop it very quickly. There were some peeps there that were doing the same thing. Okay, so this goes back to average. It's still average with this. I was expecting this, and then next week will be the same for like a different planet or asteroid. And there's a chance there might be 2 things, because the first week there were 3 things.
After some thought, we believe that the defeat of the Avatar of Water might help gain the attention of Persona. We shall await a sign. For now, here is your reward. We thank you for all of your help, adventurer from Toril. We will certainly provide healing and beings from the plane of water in your quest to stop the Empire of Xerixis.
Alright. I still like this setting. This setting is really wonderful. Where you have like different factions, different I guess you would call them different races and orders and whatnot. It was probably one of the things that attract me to Star Trek a lot. Less so Star Wars. More so Star Trek, where you like visit different systems, different fictitious archetypes of extensions of human creativity, right? Because they are still projections of human creativity. Nevertheless, it produces a lot of creative thought on what would happen if, say, you know, have a god that actually intervenes, or etc. Just lots of different hypotheticals. And this kind of scratches that very surface level itch. Oh, now we're going to the planet of wait. Hold up. What's going on? Go back to Moon Dancer. There's like a yellow marker on Bizarro or Bizura. We'll have to hear the names. I totally am not good with like fantasy setting names.
Things are quiet for now, but Wild Space never sleep. I guess they should have reconsidered traveling all the way here to worship the Aboleth, but that's not for me to decide.
Yeah,
I do
Aboleth,
think having
okay.
it eat your priests probably wasn't part of their original plan. Either way, they'll be quite useful when Princess Adali calls upon them.
Yeah, it'd be a problem if your you know, your priests just randomly get consumed. Yeah, the Aboleth. There's an Aboleth in the Spell Plague. The Spell Plague caverns.
Welcome to the Moon Dancer. It's good to have you aboard.
Okay, it is gonna go to a second planet.
The age-old war
Or
between
second
the
place.
space elves and their enemies, the space orcs, has recently made its way to the sulfur planet of Bizanov.
Bizanov.
Conflict appears to be at a slight lull, which would be a good time to see if we could possibly barter peace and recruit these factions for use in the coming conflict. Flapjack can set a course for Bizanov via the star chart when you're ready. You might be able to convince the elves of peace that the orcs are far more stubborn. Good luck.
From a designer standpoint, you know, like from a creator standpoint, I think this is a really fun way to repurpose your assets, right? Because each of the planets slash asteroids or locations, like each of the locations represents a microcosm of a fantasy conflict that they have already done, right, in the Forgotten Realms. So we've already had the Gith Yankee and the Illithid conflict, which is another part in a previous adventure with like assets and stuff already generated, and then we had like the Koatoa, which was, I mean, Undermountain had Koatoa in it, right? At least that's the most recent one that I remember. And then the Remichi might be unique actually. Like the Remichi people are different. I don't recall if their character models showed up before. But then the merchant like thing kind of reminds me of Cholt, right? The whole merchant theme. And then Baleria, they're astral elves, and then it's like a plant like thing. I forgot what their enemies are, but it has the jungle aspect. This one is the age-old conflict between elves and orcs, and obviously you're aligned with the elves, right? And then the orcs are the enemy, or yeah, well, we'll say the enemy because of conflict of interest. They're not necessarily bad or good. It's just, or at least I don't see it that way. It's more like elves of peace. Elves want peace in this case, I guess, and orcs are just have a conflict of interest. It would be very similar if you align with the orcs, then the elves would be the enemies, kind of thing. But anyways, age-old classic. So let's go there. I like that they're I like these little mini conflicts. It really scratches my itch when it comes to the breadth of D&D. Only, you know, in this type of medium, like MMORPG, you rarely get a chance to have any more depths than just a glancing mention of these contexts. But in this case, you get a lot of variety, and I like that. It's very appropriate for MMORPGs.
We have chased the orcs across the multiverse in their quest for dominion. These uncouth creatures will stop at nothing to pillage every planet they come across and subjugate the population.
Allegedly, but that's usually what orcs are portrayed as.
You're no space orc, that's for sure. Have you come to join us in the fight against our age-old enemy? Maybe you're just here to observe. Some people are into that sort of thing. The war has been quiet as of late, but we're certain that the space orcs are plotting something. Peace, you say? I highly doubt the space orcs are capable of such things. However, I would treat them if they showed some sort of interest that included a cease in the hostilities.
Interesting.
I am doubtful, however. Space orcs know nothing other than battle. That's fair.
That's very fair. Being a race of combatants, you know, warriors. Shout outs to you know what this whole space orcs and space elves thing? You gotta shout out to Games Workshop, right? Warhammer 40k. That's, I mean, one of the internal conflicts is the Eldar and orcs with the K. I only know superficial things about 40k, but this is classic. So what do we do? Gather gift supplies? Ooh, and offering a peace. So not necessarily genocide. Alright. How do I do that? Okay. So we gather these little things. Sure. Salvia? Are we on a mission of peace? The priest thing was something else. Okay. We're not a contract killer this time. When that guy said, "You certainly don't look like an orc," I don't know if there's even a planet with halflings on them, because the character that I play is a halfling here. We're just collecting stuff, maybe as a peace offering. While trying to avoid conflict, I suppose. I'm guessing those are a corpse of elves. Yeah, it looks like flowers of some sort. And a blessed crystal. Where are these other things at? Oh no, there are orc bodies too. Age-old conflict indeed. I don't know what these things are. It highlights this entire region. Somehow, well, if all else fails, sorry guys, I gotta know. Nope. Okay. Oh, it's these things. I freaking love flower picking. You know? Gathering. No need for confrontation. Okay, now I know what they look like. I can spot them. Dang it. I wonder if I can move up that, Wait, did I not? Oh, I didn't rearrange. That's right. Sorry. One of my UI things were overlapping, and I could have sworn I moved it, but I didn't load it onto this one. This character. Little flower thing. I enjoy this stuff. This is the stuff that it's still something. The vast majority of people would click as rapidly as possible through it. And that's understandable. Given the goal that they have for playing these games. Okay. We'll save a little bit for story time after we do our first tune for the day. Oh, is it unique? Is that why I don't see any of them? Because there's other peps here? Dude. Seriously though. That's an invisible wall. And now I'm stuck. Neat. Oh, no. Okay. Definitely can't jump off there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these are unique. Okay. So we place the gifts. There you go. Oh, is it me offering them? Oh, we're not even... Oh, we're just offering the space elf stuff.
Things are quiet for the... By Coraline! Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would certainly not believe it.
Oh.
The space orcs delivered a blessed crystal of Coraline along with the rare Corallonia.
Oh,
and
interesting.
flowers. The crystal alone has been in their possession for an age, and all efforts to recover it by my ilk have failed. They simply turned it over as a sign of good faith. I am no fool, however. I will tread most carefully, as the space orcs are certainly known for their dirty tricks.
So we're playing a trick. We're pretending we're trying to resolve a conflict by being having a clandestine operation to convince the elves to end the conflict.
Seeing as you are not one of us, I have a special task for you.
Amazing.
While the space orcs are certainly hostile, they will
and
not
you are
suspect
too.
you being the messenger of good fortune. Gathering up some of the space orc weapons from the battlefield and returning them to their leader would certainly be perceived as a gift. They know we do not fight dirty. Thus, the space orcs will not be suspicious of this offering of peace. If we're lucky, maybe their leader will even speak with you.
Man, you are pompously arrogant, and that's so appropriate. Quite endearing how pompous you are. Spoken like an elf. Or at least the classical portrayal of an elf. High, noble, moral grandstanding, arrogant, xenophobic. Alright, so we're recovering orc equipment. This stuff. I don't know. I thought we were collecting the gifts earlier for the orc, but kind of seemed like we were pulling a fast one by pretending the orc is having an offering for the elves. I think we were pulling a fast one here. So wait, these things don't count? What the heck? They're clearly armaments on those guys. Okay. Okay. It has to be these little things here. That person's collecting the first thing. I'm gonna have to read that again, because I misunderstood when we go through it with the other two characters. I can't tell if these are unique. As in, they're sparse because there are other players here. I don't think so. Okay. Let's head back. Oh. Yeah, the orc camp. Place the gift. Chieftain? Okay. Ascend the tower. Interesting.
We put our weapons down for now.
Alright, cool.
I was wondering why the elves haven't attacked us recently. Well, they must finally be ready to surrender to us.
Oh boy.
Though the returning of our weapons doesn't seem like surrender. I wonder if they wish to talk about a truce.
Neat.
Did the elves send you?
Yes.
Since you are no space elf, I have something to ask of you. Bring me some space orc weapons from the battlefield. I will need them for the rituals of my people. Also, any of my warriors you find on the field of battle, give them a proper burial. Do this, and you will have my trust.
Oh, I kind of like this. I kind of like the storyline quite a bit. The classic. This is a real classic storyline. I wonder if the orcs become friendly though after doing this. All right. Aww, that's nice. They put in a placeholder for the burial. Nope, they're not friendly here, I can tell you that. Imagine trying to give a burial to an already fallen warrior by taking out 6 more warriors. That's kind of awkward, isn't it? But they are sitting right on top of a fallen warrior. So you take out 5 warriors to bury 1. Good old game logic. Now I need to collect weapons. What are considered weapons here? Whoops. My first like elf orc thing was Blizzard's elf orc thing, which coincidentally is also aligned with Games Workshop's orc elf thing. So, you know, Thrall, Arthas, throw in like the druids, right? Stormrage, Illidan, all that stuff. So that was my why this is a bit nostalgic, because the orc elf conflict from my legacy is Blizzard's rendition of it, which is aligned with Games Workshop's one historically. And D&D is not where my original fondness of orc and elves come from. Nevertheless, they do share overlapping themes and whatnot. We're not here to talk a debate about origination, but more about what my first exposure to the orc elf story, historic storylines are. Contrary to what a lot of, I feel, D&D fans would tend to gatekeep about, which is origination. But you know, very passionate subcultures and closed communities tend to favor legacy in origination over being inclusive, and it's a trade-off. So deeper and deeper you get into a passionate hobby and or build, you know, legacy, gatekeeping is a natural consequence of complacency in one's competence. So as you get more and more deep into something, you become less and less of a casual, right? And then largely you lose less and less emotions regarding changing times or different people that are outside your hobby. So you become less and less inclusive and more exclusive.
You say you met with the Space Orc leader? He wants to end the hostilities? Ah, this is good tidings. I will send word to my people that we will aid you in your quest to defeat the Xerixian Empire and assist you with warriors when the time comes.
Okay. So it just ends there? We don't find out if they make nice and reach a truce? Oh no. Okay. It's fine. Fine. I want to know if they reached a truce. For now. If anyone wants a really, really long lore between space and elves, Blizzard's got your back. Because the space elf human conflict, man, there's a lot of twists and turns in that one.
You have done well. You honor my warriors with proper burials, and you bring me the weapons of my people. We will cease our war with the Space Elves for now.
No.
But know this, war and conquest are in my blood.
Yeah.
Do not expect this peace to last. For the respect you have shown my people, we shall return the favor. We shall shed blood with you as friends in this war with these Zarixian elves.
Oh, snap. You gained the favor of both of them. That's kind of weird. How do they get along? How would they get along on your side, on the rebel side? These are the things that I would love for, like, real talk. If there's gonna be a big single-player RPG game in the future that deals with D&D stuff, this is the stuff. Although, arguably there is already this stuff, right? Baldur's Gate 3. But I would love it to be like a Spelljammer kind of thing. Because it's kind of a melding of my desire of Star Trek and like microcosms and multiverses. You can even think of, I even think it doesn't have to be a literal multiverse, because planets are in itself microcosms, right? And then when they interact with each other, they are microcosms of each other, which constitutes as multiverses themselves. Because a planet filled with inhabitants that believe that they are at the center of the world, because that's all they're exposed to, it would constitute as a universe within itself. So one can make an argument psychologically, or subjectively, I suppose, that one universe can be composed of many universes. So in a way, I really love that type of stuff, where two theoretical microcosms interact. You could even make an argument that with enough seclusion and isolation differentiation, Earth is composed of multiple microcosms, and those microcosms are countries with selectively distinct cultures that exercise xenophobia and inclusion, like the balance between xenophobia and inclusion and how they interact with each other, right? So that stuff. It's been a while since I played a Western fantasy game that deals with these things. There's only so much time, right? But this really scratches my itch to want to play something of that nature.
Things are quiet for now, but Wild Space never sleeps.
Oh yeah, like this? So this is what I mean by earlier, where I was mistaken. You see how this turn-in? It shows blue, right? But the first item up here is the Timeless Conflict, which in order is still accurate, but it doesn't show the turn-in icon. Oh, excuse me. It doesn't show in the turning icon for the top turn-in, which is usually the yellow one, the main story quest. But having an indicator for both next to each other is fine. I would almost argue, yeah, just having an indicator for both. Or when they're both available, just have one that's split in half. So you could basically put a diagonal, or maybe split across or down, and just have the yellow and the blue into a single icon. So it means that you have both the object. You can replace this icon entirely with just two smaller diamonds that are a blue diamond and a yellow diamond. In fact, I would think you don't even need question marks or exclamation marks. Just a hollow blue diamond and a hollow yellow diamond to indicate that there's something there, and then a filled blue diamond and a filled yellow diamond for completion turn-ins. Nevertheless, this would make one, if someone's as complacent as me, because I've played this for a really long time and humans. I'm human. I'm complacent. I would immediately think that there's no place to turn in the yellow quest that I have, right? Until I actually check. If I wasn't so complacent, like this would be my first quest I've ever done, perhaps I would have the attentive level of noticing that, oh yeah, you know, this is Captain Zartel.
I can't believe it was that easy. They must really be in dire need of a break in their conflict. I wonder if they've been fighting for so long they simply forgot how to communicate with each other. Either way,
that's a deep cut.
Both of those groups will be much needed in the days to come.
Conflict between two different races that prolonged so long they forgot how to communicate, maybe even forgot why they were fighting in the first place. That's a deep cut. That's a very miserable existence too, a lot of times. And this is a theme that has been explored in so many different contexts. It's not just war, but that's what complacency does.
Welcome to the Moon Dancer. It's good to have you aboard.
Third milestone? Okay. So I will remember for next time that Elena Zartel is the one that has all the story things. We won't be doing the third milestone because it'll be the 4th week. Again, same criticisms hold up always. Ending your thing on the milestone is, in my opinion, an oversight. It's a poor understanding of how progression and story lines up with currency, and I think it's an oversight, not necessarily an intentional thing by design. Like, no malicious intent or anything like that, just an oversight in my opinion. So that brings us up to 89 with and these dailies were getting completed on their own while we were exploring, which is great.
Aha. The rumors are
so
true.
well, we get 5. Are you serious? We're at 99. Okay, that's fine. It's okay. Just turn these in.
Very nice. You sure do good work. And fast, too.
Granted, we didn't listen to these.
While I normally don't make a habit of smuggling, I do dabble from time to time. Nothing big, just weapons and the like. On that note, I have a requisition for some space orc weapons. Gather some, and I'll see to it you are paid.
Yeah, so now the 2 planets are added into the cycle. So now we have repeatables that deal with Bizuro? I forgot the planet's name again, where the space elves and the space orcs are, and then mother of pearls are on the Onomia
I don't know where the aboleth pearls come from, and I certainly don't want to imagine it, but they are quite rare. Selling just a few of them will generate a lot of coin for the crew. It'll also help cover costs of running the Moon Dancer. If you can, try to collect some of those pearls from Omomia. I will give you a cut of the
More
profit.
smuggling. Indeed. A very pirate life.
I want to send out a landing party.
Okay, this is the
And
Zarvos
this
thing.
asteroid is overrun with Illithids.
Yeah.
Head back down to the asteroid and clear some of them out for me. I'll certainly make it worthwhile. This time, your payment will come from me personally.
More purging. Okay. That's good enough. The sample. Alright, we'll go back to chilling. And finishing up the other 2 characters. And then hopefully getting into maybe 1 or 2 runs of advanced defense, defend of the Moon Dancer, I guess. What is this? Reagent? Oh no, it's the... Which one is this? This is the Astro Sea Tendril. When taking damage, you will begin to... Right. If you're reduced below 75%, explodes I imagine that number will be different. What does it do? Damaging all nearby enemies. That's kind of nice. Shielding you. Alright. If reduced below 25%. Additional burst. More. As well as stunning them. Additionally, each of these effects may only occur once every 30 seconds. Below 25%. That threshold is far too low, unfortunately. In my opinion, because anyone who uses this, right, is going to be a tank, probably. Largely because of all the other options for DPS players and healers. This would be for a tank, and getting dropped below 25% is generally, if you're already below 75%, the next hit will drop you to 0, not 25%. So you have to get pretty lucky and have healers that are pretty trusting or slow responding to have anyone who would use this drop below 25%. So we're talking about like a less than like that uptime is non-existent, really. And shielding still gets consumed before your health, so it's not like it's gonna proc itself. So if you proc 75%, you're gonna get a shield, and it's just gonna hold up. Yeah, I think 25% threshold is just pretty comical when it comes to a trigger point. 50% health is fairly reasonable for tank stuff. Unless they decide to change the way they do trials and dungeons where these things come into play. But being reduced to 25%, that's ludicrous. If you're anywhere from 25% all the way up to 75%, it's a one-shot before you die again. Otherwise, you just don't drop below 25%. A healer is legitimately conditioned to keep a tank even generally above 50%. If half that green health bar is missing, you're lagging behind. It's actually either the tank is taking too much damage or the healer is falling behind. So any modifier that has a trigger point below 25% is, in my opinion, incredibly geared towards the notion that you designed your bosses or all contents around where this is applicable to have non-tank buster moves. Orienting health triggers around tank busters is the ideal move, and if that is not the case here, because if it was, having a trigger point at 25% health would seem almost both subjectively and objectively impractical. When a tank is anywhere below 50%, the next hit is going to kill them. It's so rare. Like, maybe once in a blue moon it might trigger. But look at that ratio. It's still about the same. We'll hear nearby enemy, like nearby party members. I'm guessing including self. But you see that stun? The moment you drop below 25%, it's around enemies that are immune to stun. Like the boss. So this stuff is pretty lukewarm. I feel in this case there's a lack of experience to how they are designing. The people who are designing bosses and trials and dungeons are not in communication really, at least with people who are cycling and designing the items, because that trigger point is absurd. There are other, it's classically used as a trigger point because there are others too. Like, I'm pretty sure this, I like this type of wording more than other type, that other one. So using a damage taken is far more reliable as a way of being pragmatic. So instead of saying being reduced to 25% health, one could make an argument of taking more than 50% of maximum health damage, which accounts for stamina too. It's so remarkably dense, in my opinion. I think it's borderline asinine to believe that you design an item that is defensive in nature, as in getting hit in nature. So it's not proactive, it's responsive, which leads to a support role, and expecting that support role to be in a danger level to use it. So in this game, it favors being proactive. So when you have a proc that is reactive, you have to generally take into account how often that situation comes up, and then normalize your scaling to that situation. So this item here, whoops, yeah, we'll pick it up, but this item here, even the proc effect is impractical. Like, it doesn't scale enough. Like 100k, I mean, like maybe it'll go up to like 500,000 or like 500k or something at the mythic level, but the trigger points are just, they're not oriented in a way that takes into account that a tank's vitality, right? Say this is a tank would be interested in it. It ignores that the tank has stamina. Stamina is an extension of their HP. So I would love it if the text said total effective, I don't know, maybe introduce a new term, total effective HP. Because the tank's total effective HP is its stamina and its health pool. When the stamina disappears, the tank is praying not to get one shot in the face. I mean, there are other effects that are more appropriate than that engages. Like when your stamina is depleted, it triggers that. Honestly, so like honestly for this, if it was just if stamina is depleted, it triggers this. That's already fair enough. And then on top of that, the brilliant move is to place a every 30 seconds. So you either use a time cooldown or a proc that's very rarely occurring. This has both. Not only is it super rare to even proc these things every 30 seconds, because you're largely in danger in this case every 30 seconds. You place it on top of a proc that rarely ever occurs every 30 seconds. Like the 25% one. I mean, shielding you from 100k damage for 4 seconds? I don't even know what that means. Like, it only lasts 4 seconds. That's a really low shield. Maybe there's a damage ratio here that's higher. It doesn't really, it's difficult to tell, and I'm not gonna upgrade this thing, obviously, to know. But there's no amount of proc or health decline that can supersede a passive 5% reduction. Like, if another artifact set just gives +5 to defense, it's already far more effective than this. And that's kind of, and that part isn't even a downside in my opinion. It's rather a moot point. I'm just talking about the lack of understanding of the proc effects. Like, this stuff is very attractive to tanks if it actually happens. Meanwhile, you constantly, the only time these items come up is in a time when the tank legitimately loses 100% of its effective HP. And when I mean 100%, I mean effective HP, meaning both stamina and health put together. The moments these procs happen, they're already taking 100% of their effective HP. Not 200%, 100%. As in, when all the stamina's gone, you will die in the next hit. Otherwise, the healer would prevent that from happening, ever. That's just personally, that's my 2 cents. What is the alternative? Don't use this item, and use another item that effectively has uptime and a lack of proccing at all. Like, even what's a good example? Probably the tentacles from previous ones. It's probably at the end. It's not even a variety thing, like being different. It's just non-competitive at all. I forgot what it's called. It's tentacles of something. The organization of collections is also baffling, but okay, it's this. So tentacle rod, 3% defense. That's just inherently gonna pay out more. And then when you're struck by an attack, sure, it could do a 100 mag around you, and it can occur every 10 seconds. I mean, that's more or less the same thing. Because when this thing gets procced, it's probably a singular tank buster hitting you by a boss. One could argue, right? Some people could provide a counter argument, like, but you know, in the mob section, like the Moondancer has a lot of mob sections where you could get hit and it could help everyone and stuff. So like, you honestly believe that the tank is the one that's getting aggro on all the mobs most of the time before they die in those sections? If that was the case, you already don't have enough pain giving to pass the section to clear the trial in the first place. That's how inherently counterintuitive the points of success are in the trial designs. The tech is inherently there to take the fall, because it's constantly designed in a way that the tank dies immediately after its guard is dropped. So you design an item that does that, not an item that expects the tank to survive. Generally speaking, the most effective mods are a thing that prevents the tank from dying, not expecting the tank to survive. So this item expects the tank to survive lethal damage. I know how that sounds. Almost lethal damage. But generally speaking, these types of items, so items that tanks want to use, are items that prevent lethal damage. This does not prevent lethal damage. It requires you to take almost lethal damage, which is almost never in this game. It's a very lukewarm item, in my opinion. So because it's lukewarm, we'll just pull it down here. What the? No. Did they reset the way bags sort again? They did. Okay. There's a pet peeve of mine, and I'm going to do it again. Now I have to do it all over again. So every time when there's a patch update, right? For some reason, the sort includes the bags again. So I deliberately, and I swear it's gonna take me another like 30 minutes to put back all the items. That's really annoying. That's super annoying. Because it's not supposed to sort the first 2 bags. I had it all set up again, and now it's just gonna cost me another evening. That sucks so hard. So I have to remember that it resets after a patch update every single time. That's really aggravating. That there's no reason, like, I can't be fair to that. When a patch resets your options over and over again. Like, let me demonstrate, I guess, since we might as well do this for posterity. So now I have to go back, right? This is basically what Cryptic borked again, out of inconvenience, because they can't seem to hold people's options properly. So the bag was sorted in a way that all my alternative builds will cycle into it, so then I can see and change. So it starts with finding all the potions, all the elixirs. So here's one. I was beginning to wonder why it happens, or did I absentmindedly do it, but now I'm absolutely confident that it's Cryptic. Cryptic resets the bag sorting options back to default. Like, this applies sort thing. I usually have these two, the first 2 bags, not activated, and it's across 3 characters. So I'm going to check the other 2 in a bit. So it means I have to scan through this. This part is unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. It has nothing to do with making new content. Well, it tangentially, maybe it's because of the patching that caused it, but that's the closest thing. So after every single patch, if there is a patch, I have to check. I can't even rely on this button anymore at all, because I don't know when it's going to reset, and it causes all the stuff to sort again. I think I only had 2 actually. So now I grab some consumables. So aggravating. This isn't even related to the patch or the modules. This is just a attention to detail kind of thing. Absolutely inexcusable that your options actually reset unintentionally, or maybe intentionally. It's kind of like getting a patch and all your audio and your resolution and graphic settings snap back to default every time. That's inexcusable for a live service game. Absolutely inexcusable that your options reset. See, it's so hard to see all the stuff that gets unequipped and re-equipped over and over again. So that's a personal request, I would say. It's an absolute personal request that you make sure all your functions actually save themselves between patches. I have to scan through this whole thing again. I still use this. What's a brilliant way to have loadouts and making myopic changes to a paragon to force multiple loadouts, and then to require to organize your inventory to adjust to having multiple loadouts, only to create poor quality of life functionality, forcing the person to spend an excess amount of time reorganizing over and over again. This is it. And now I'm going like bare minimum because I don't want to spend all day doing this. So if I hit apply sort, right, it'll sort all the bags that aren't there. But because it's borked, I don't have enough space to sort all the stuff. Because I have no idea everything that I had, in what order and whatnot. Gotta double check. I think I picked. We take these too. I think we take these as well. And these. And this. And this. Luckily, I just did this, so it took me less than 30 minutes. Yep. And it'd be like this. So what happens is all the stuff up here stays consistent because I do need to see them. Because, you know, I tank, right? And I have to swap to a pain giver because you can't tank solo stuff most of the time. It would take too long because it's not created equal. I think this is fine. So these are all like the things that I have to take note of. And then the stuff. See, I set this. This stuff is pretty jank too, but I do it this way, where I set this to mount and accessories, and I set this part to gear, because when I sort, when I change, it doesn't fill these bags. It fills the bottom bag with stuff. So I never get cluttered. And because the reason why it's arranged this way is because when someone plays more than one role, which is not most Neverwinter players. Most Neverwinter players are just pain givers, right? So, but if you're a tank or a healer and you have to moonlight as a pain giver, when you sort, the stuff stays up here because you have to swap up things as well for the roles. And as a tank, well, if you play a sentinel, you have to swap up between single target and when you're running, like the mob section. So your gear will get jostled around over and over again. Whoops. And that's what happens. I just screwed up. Because I have an empty, now I have an empty one, which is at the top. I should have renamed this. I just put the Z so I never click on that ever again, because they basically borked everything about the barbarians, capstones, from the last edit. So now I have to like sort these out in a manner that I can see them. This is fine. I know like my resources and whatnot. This stuff is not important too. A lot of times, some people might be thinking, like, oh yeah, but that's just being, that's unnecessary. So, kind of. If you only play one thing, yeah, it's definitely not necessary. So now, you know, all this stuff stays empty, right? And then my bag stays clear and it gets loaded right here. So all the pickups get loaded in these slots in the bag. And no matter how much I switch between these, all the items appear up here. Because I have lots and lots of loadouts. And the way I did this is to use their janky qualifications to do so. And I do this for all my tunes. So that's just a demonstration of how this game does not cater to that kind of play. I do have to, let's do the dailies quickly. Actually, I haven't done these to carry over, so let's see. So activity, you only get 50% by the time you're done. Interesting low. Let's see how long it takes, how many buzz jewels it takes now to clear the invasion weekly. I think that invasion's up. For like 10 seconds. Okay, we'll see how much 3 buzz jewels give. 15 buzz jewels give in terms of progress. I think it's 1-to-1. I have a distinct feeling you actually have to collect. Oh, I can't even collect 15 because of how long this takes. Because 5 only gives you 5%. Pretty sure it only gives you 5%. And we won't be able to get to the other just in time, maybe. I don't know, we'll be able to get to it. Unless someone's body just stands in the way. Okay. So we can't make it to the other thing. Just, it takes 30 seconds to get to the other thing. That last thing triggered me so much. You get 10%. So you might get more credit for killing. So it's not even, it says collect buzz jewels and I collected 10 and you got 2%, right? So that's 5 times. It's 5-to-1. So to get 100, there's no way that's accurate. What? That would suggest you need to get 500 buzz jewels to complete this? That can't be right? You collected 10 for 2%. That's 500. That's absurd if it's 500. That means no one's ever gonna just forget that. The heroic encounters are already terrible enough in my opinion because of the way the instances are separated. You still need 3. That hasn't changed. It's still 40% for major, for anything, I think. So it's just 3. But this buzz jewel thing, That stuff is ridiculous if it's based on 1% for every 5 jewels. That I'll use the word again. It's asinine. I can't even tell you how much 500 buzz jewels is, but it's more than 1 week's time for a live service. What am I doing here? Defeat Illithids, okay. That's basically never getting done. Unless you're still hunting for buzz jewels. Even then, I can't even express to you how much 500 buzz jewels is. 1 week of doing that, 2 weeks of doing that, you don't want any more buzz jewels. So the previous thing about just doing 2 chests to complete, it's too much of a good thing, I suppose. Oh, and this guy's not stuck in... Oh, no, I lied. This guy's still stuck in a wall, isn't he? Wait. I lied. Yeah, this guy's still stuck in a wall. Yep. I lied. The patch didn't fix this guy. Still stuck in a wall. They did something else where, like, some of the mobs have incredibly large aggro range, so that was also fixed. I don't know if it is. I'm just saying the patch notes said that. Obviously, this might sound counterintuitive, but what the patch note says and what actually happens generally don't. It's a 50-50 if it actually did do anything. It's not set in stone. And patch notes descriptions are deceptive, to say the least. So when a change is suggested, it might not be a change in practice, a noticeable change in practice. Case in point would be the quote-unquote change to Bounding Slam and Threatening Rush in the patch notes on the launch of Spelljammer. It's not a change. It's practically non-existent. There's really a big difference of suggesting there's a noticeable change and just writing it on a patch notes as though there's a change. Like, what it really felt to me, a decent enough metaphor, I suppose, or an analogy would be, hey, I lowered the price of my product by 1 cent. Now it's cheaper. Write it on the patch notes. Well, if the relative price of the item is 100 times that, then 1 cent would be inconsequential or negligible, statistically negligible, versus 10 cents. But say the item was worth 20 cents, then 1 cent becomes relevant because it's 20% now of the total value. That's what happened to Bounding Slam and Threatening Rush. Bounding Slam sucked so hard, in my opinion, sucked pretty hard, and the change, I think, made it suck less, but it was so negligible I can't even say if it was changed. Like, I can't. I cannot appreciate if there was anything that was actually changed in practice. That's what we call negligible. So there's a thing, in my opinion, called statistical significance, and it might not be literally the case here, but in this case it's harder. It's pragmatically or practical change, as in Bounding Slam and Threatening Rush. The practical application of their thing did not change from the patch. It's harder than statistical significance. So like, if you sped up in animation by 0.1 second, it's technically faster, but is it practically significant? Well, in this case, in both cases, no. The answer is no. Absolutely not. I almost feel like if I were to call the devs out on something, they wrote the Bounding Slam and like change and whatnot to offset the negative change in guard and AP generation. So it's kind of like one of those things. Hey, you know, our product sucked more, but hey, it's 0.1% cheaper now. I'm sure it sucks, but hey, you know, it's cheaper. But sometimes it being cheaper can be disproportionately less than how much more the product sucked. And in this case, the product still sucks really, really hard. And it was made suckier. And the patch notes just written something that may seem positive, but in reality, it didn't do anything. It didn't practically change anything. And instead, the net result for something like the Sentinel is the removal of a tool without offering an alternative at all. No alternatives. I actually spent the last 2 weeks trying to find a reasonable alternative, but it's just compensation. It's not an alternative, which is all the patch notes sweet talk and whatnot, like, oh, don't worry guys, our goal is to offer a competitive alternative, and this will maybe bring it more in line with the most preferred thing stuff. But in this case, it didn't happen, and there's no ownership of that, in my opinion. They have not owned up to it. The other stuff did, though. So like Justicar, I actually do think there is a time for intimidating presence and a time to use whatever the other thing is called now, or whatever the other thing was called. But both of them have their preferences. I actually literally saw a mixed bag, like half of the paladins using intimidating presence, half the paladins using the alternative. I already don't see enough sentinels, let alone see if they even bother using alternatives. Alright, so first thing we're gonna do after we finish our repeatables for migration, right? We're gonna switch characters because we have to do this 2 more times over. And first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna look at my bag settings, right? Here are my bag settings. They're very important because there's actually 2 stacks on this person because it's a healer and a tank, right? And I'm gonna look at my sort. It's still unchecked. Thank goodness. At least some of the stuff is still unchecked. And then this is good. So sometimes it stores the thing. I don't know what triggers that. It might not be related to patching or not, but whatever it is, that triggered me so much because I don't touch those settings ever again. And when it happens, it's very noticeable because it will be months before it happens again. Yeah, so just to demonstrate, this is how the stuff is organized for my healer and my tank, because you need separate stuff for healing and separate stuff for tanking, right? So it's just the stuff that I swap out nowadays. And then there's stuff now for scaling, right? I talked about this last week too, where these Astral Raiders, where you have scaling bonuses for damage and resistance, very useful, but it's only useful for scaling, so you have to keep it in the bag somewhere tucked away too, because you can't use these generally. These are non-functional when you're soloing, if you're a person that cares about that. So we'll take this weekly. And now we know, might as well take these weeklies. We turn these 3 in. Space Orcs, Pearls, Illithits. And then we go to our Water Priest stuff. Okay. Oh, what was the power called? Unyielding Champion. Unyielding Champion. Obviously, I beg to differ. Intimidating Presence is not just an alternative, but it's an overcompensation. So it's has more utility than Unyielding Champion in most situations. This is usually the case, except for Sentinels. The usual case is whatever is offered, the new change tends to be an overcompensation, which ends up being more effective. Its efficacy is higher. The Sentinels just basically didn't get anything. They lost something for nothing. No exchange in alternatives. I'm all for the new thing, if there is a new thing. And I was very excited, or I was cautiously optimistic, I suppose, that there was a new thing. That's probably also why I was far more ambivalent. It was lagging up a storm here. There's a pearl here. Guess we don't really need to collect pearls right now, because we'll have to do it as part of the quest line after this. there more priest? Right, I forgot. Priests are unique, so the reason why I'm not seeing priests is because the other players liberated the priests. Did someone just use... Oh, they have Shield of Faith. It's like, I didn't use Shield of Faith there. What the heck? The mobs have it. I have to go and look for more pearls after this. Turn this in, go look for more pearls. My only thought right now is, as an addendum to the whole Sentinel thing, is that when you have a 0 negative response, like for example, when you do something, say you create or design something, and you get feedback, right? Say you made a change, and ultimately the feedback is negative, then that would suggest, all right, not so popular, maybe I should think about how to change it next time to get a favorable feedback. But that's binary thinking. Binary thinking is usually very applicable as long as you have a large enough sample size to get feedback. So like, for example, if I am writing something and claiming that my data for this experiment is accurate, right, enough to suggest something, and I get a peer review, and there's enough people who are interested to offer peer review, that would give me enough sample size to know that it's either reliable or it isn't, because there's enough people evaluating it. But we're in this situation when it comes to a lot of the changes in what the heck? That's just okay. That's just a visual bug right there, I think. No, not a visual bug. In this case, the sample size is so small that whatever Sentinel changes typically made, it probably feels like it's not a very negative thing because the sample size is so small. So even if you take and strip everything away from Sentinel, it's going to be a vast minority of players. Now, from a creative standpoint, in my opinion, when you're making a change and you're producing a product that needs to be refined, often for someone who's analytical or very self-interested and motivated about how well they understand and design things, is to ensure that there's a large enough sample size to even require a change, right? You're making a change, so first thing you would say is, how much does this change impact people? And is the sampling size reflective of why there needs to be a change? Well, I would argue in this case, it's asinine because the sample size is already so small. Even if the change is incredibly negative, you would not get feedback on its negativity or its positivity. You would get nothing. So in this case, the lack of inaction may just be a reflection of a failure to understand sampling size. Just because no one says anything about something doesn't necessarily mean it's a construct. That's no review. That's no insight. That's no feedback. It's not to say that it's okay. You actually don't know if it's okay. You don't know if it's great, even. So it works both ways. A non-confirmation due to a lack of sampling size can both be negative or positive, or neither, all of the above. You don't know at all. So in this change, it actually kind of worked to whoever was in charge's favor. Whatever change they make, it's something to do. It was a job, I suppose. They changed something. Whether it's good or not, whether it's interesting or not, or it promotes the health, it's irrelevant. And here lies the concern that I have. If you don't already have a sampling size, it wouldn't merit the change in the first place. So somehow, somewhere, someone, by a designer standpoint, believe that, oh, we're changing tanks. Sentinel is a tank, but the sample size is different for all three. Actually, it's substantially different to the point where one of the tanks don't have any feedback or representation except by minority, and it doesn't warrant any change because there isn't a sample size that would encourage the change at all. So the first design change would be to increase the sample size. Like, hey, we want to change this. It's overperforming, etc. It's like, wait, but how many, what does that represent in a percentage of my population? Well, near zero. But it's still overperforming. It's like, yeah, no, that's not how this works, in my opinion. That's... You could say, though, you just wanted to change it. That's fair. I would totally believe when a creator just says, nah, this is a change no one asked for. And that's fine. When you make an argument that something is overperforming and underperforming, and that's why it needs to be changed, do you have any sampling evidence that it is overperforming? Because naturally there's a consequence of overperforming mechanics. It would mean there's a saturation of that mechanic, as in lots of people are doing it. I want to see that data. I want to see that Sentinels are the vast majority of tanks because of the mechanic you suggest is overperforming. This is not coming from someone who works in gaming industry. For me, like, I'm not someone who works in the gaming industry. This is more of an end user looking at how other developers who successfully handle these things in a more elegant fashion, where they disclose sampling data for the reasons behind their patching, not some blurb. I mean, it's still welcome. It's still more than, I'm not saying to stop it, But the whole blurb of we changed this and then they explain it, right? The developer tries to write a sentence or two to explain the changes, but it's not backed by any disclosure of the data. It's just backed by their personal feelings, which admittedly is very important. I certainly acknowledge that. Just for me, in order to counter argue, my suggestion, I would love to see a refuting of that. Like, refute me by showing that there's an overrepresentation that warrant the overperformance. Like, if there isn't a high sampling population, then it's an outlier. And when you're adjusting your game to an outlier, you're gonna have specific types of counter arguments. Like, there are, or the vast majority of people would be like, well, there's a lot of other issues that are more paramount because they are more relevant. That's one, right? That argument would be number one first. You pick something that only applies to a minor population. So when you release that, the first sentiment is, well, that's not important. The vast majority are concerned with more pertinent issues. So instead, you ert the exception, the outlier, by dedicating time and resources to that. And all you are left with two negatives. Why that? So you're gonna get things like, when are rogues going to blah? When are wizards going to blah? Why are you changing something that affects a minor population? And not only that, you remove that population entirely. Oh no. My joke here, I suppose, maybe not joke. It's a little bit of shade. It's like saying, Apple has a press conference and they are talking about all the little great things that warrants the price increase in their $33,000 machine or something. And that is used in a press conference catering to people who can barely afford $3,000 machines. It's like, look at how all the cool stuff you have that are not relevant to you. This is what we've been working on. That's kind of how the Sentinel changes felt this time around. And by coincidence, I know a lot about that stuff, like personally. And even then, I couldn't excuse it. Like, I couldn't say like, oh yeah, it's great that they paid attention to a minor group of players. Like, that's fantastic. No, I mean, even then it felt like it's exactly it. The person who was doing the design was probably assigned something that they have very little practical experience with, which is reasonable considering most players don't use that either. So even with the personal investment, I can't even say it was interesting. You basically just nerfed something and that thing is not going to be used or recommended. I highly not recommend using the very thing they nerfed. And all it does is make the thing even less attractive. And that's it. It's one of those things, if it worked out, it's a little sticker reward. If it didn't work out, it's just not as bad either, because no one cares. There are very few people that cared that Sentinel Slash is useless. Like, I kid you not, you don't want to use Sentinel Slash, and I can make a very strong case for it, for that line of reasoning. It's far less consistent. Sentinel Slash prevents stamina regen at a cost of a lot. It's pretty comical when they think that blocking doesn't come at a cost. spam blocking doesn't come at a cost, and spam sentinel slashing doesn't come at a cost. Okay. You try sentinel slashing in a trial and watch your stamina disappear, and you can't literally do anything with sentinel slash. I think there's one saving grace, one technical saving grace for sentinel slash, and I can talk about it now, which some people may be able to use provided they understand what they're trading off. And it's the same thing as dig in. So when you know that a tank buster is not going to come at you anytime soon, you can use sentinel slash to block when you don't have any stamina. The reason why you want to do that is to prevent a CC. That's what dig in does. So when you run out of stamina, as long as you're still holding dig in, you're not going to get disrupted. So say you're on a moon dancer, right? And the boss is about to do a CC, mandatory CC attack. To prevent the CC, you could have already held dig in and not get CC'd by it. Provided the CC can be blocked in the first place. Because not all boss mechanics, it doesn't block all CCs. Certain boss mechanics are mandatory. Like CC mechanics are mandatory. Like the gaze is mandatory. But things like the web in Demon Web's pit, if you hold sentinel slash, you're still blocking without stamina. I don't know if it still has that problem. Yeah, it's still blocking. You still get CC immunity for it, just like dig in. Just the cars don't though. So when you're in unyielding, right, or when you have divine champion up, you have CC immunity to most CCs, and then you have palisade, which is the same overlapping. But when you run out of stamina and you're outside of champion, you can't guard anymore. So in case, say you don't have any stamina and you don't have any divinity, you're guaranteed to get webbed by something like Lolith or Loth, however you say that person's name, the character's name. You're guaranteed to get webbed, get fixed to the ground, and then have a hypo on you. Okay? However, if you were using sentinel slash, you can probably, I haven't tested this out, I'm just saying it is possible. In a situation where you don't have any stamina left to guard, right? You're just chalked out of stamina because you're still in battle rage, but I mean, or unstoppable, and you're coming out of unstoppable. You can probably use sentinel slash to guard, to block something like a CC without stamina, because sentinel slash is an attack. But what you don't get when you're still dug in, or sentinel slashing, is you don't get stamina regeneration. That's the trade-off. It's the payment for using sentinel slash and dig in. But it's a gain of CC immunity, where the paladins have none of that as well. If you're in this state, you don't gain stamina back, right? But when you're in this state, when you don't have unyielding champion, there's no way to block CC, because you can't guard when you don't have stamina. So you're like coming out of this. You have to wait for stamina to regen. So what you would do most of the time is you would use a skill that regenerates stamina in a place where you can't regenerate stamina. So in this case, Binding Oath would be Justicar's. Knight's Challenge would be Vanguard's, and Ignore Weakness would be the Sentinel. So it gets normalized out in general. So even with all that said, I'm trying to make a case for using Sentinel Slash, which I just refuted. There's not even in that tangential case, like slight case, possibly you could get CC immunity when you don't have stamina. That's the only case that Sentinel Slash stands out. Since Frustrating Slash is ironically frustrating, and it only lasts 5 seconds, and you probably only do a Sentinel Slash like once, maybe in a blue moon, it's irrelevant, the threat increase. Just use Challenger Slash. You activate Challenger Slash, and then you Sure Strike. That most recent edition of Sure Strike's stamina regen, it's irrelevant during Unstoppable, but at least it's relevant when you're not unstoppable. The downside to that is you're not blocking at the same time. But when you're Sure Striking, you're sure as heck not blocking, because you want your stamina to be regenerating. So every time you think, oh yeah, but Sentinel Slash, when you're not unstoppable, you can block while using Sentinel Slash. It's like, if you are using Sentinel Slash during a time when you are unstoppable, it is way too slow, and you are stopping yourself from stamina recovery, which you require for unstoppable. Running around unstoppable without stamina still gets you killed. You have to restore stamina. That's what the functionality is for. So if you're thinking Sentinel Slash is really great and all that, it's like, yeah, it's because the people you're talking about is probably overgeared. They are the outliers. They can run around with 0 stamina. And I can do that. Is that the change? Is that what the basis is for? Well, your basis for the change is take a small group of people who have all the resources, who can flexibly, loosely do whatever they want without the cost of stamina, and expect that Sentinel Slash is overperforming. If you have a new player who's running around spamming Sentinel Slash, they will get bopped so hard because their stamina would be at 0 most of the time. With 0 effectiveness, just paper thin. So I mean, I like to think that was also considered when all the whole Sentinel Slash, I'm gonna call it the Sentinel Gate. When Sentinel Gate happened. And it's irrelevant because there weren't a lot of Sentinels to begin with. So whether it's negative or positive, it affected very little. It affected very few people. So whoever made the changes don't get any flack for whether it's good or not, and don't get any flack. I mean, I said that in a oxymoronic way. Don't really get any compliments for making the changes if it worked really well, and don't get any flack when it doesn't work not too well. It's a non-competitive feedback. Like, you don't even have people giving you feedback in the first place. So, and the ones, in my opinion, like myself, it's inherently negative. Deleting Sentinel Slash and replacing it with another at will is the baseline. Offering an alternative is a baseline, which you did not do. Whoever it is, whatever group it is, it effectively just removed it. If you have to eat, right? This is a more apt analogy. If you have to eat, and you're starving because you have no other alternatives. That's what happened to Sentinel Slash. Well, Sentinel Slash was nice, but since I have to use an at will at some point, I have to pick another thing, because I have to use an at will at some point. So it's not Sentinel Slash, and that's what happened. You were offered a convenient, good tasting food at a low cost, and now it's an expensive food at a, you know, it's the same good tasting food. Maybe your argument is it still operates the same way, you know, increases magnitude and whatnot just to compensate and whatnot. It's still the same good food, but now it's at an expensive price. Well, I can't afford that expensive price, so I'm just going to eat the next value purchase, and the next value purchase is inherently worse than what the original situation was, so inherently it's negative. It's not that Sentinel Slash got worse, is that now overall everything is worse. You didn't offer, I mean, it's the type of change that, it's the type of competition that I generally am not receptive to. Which is, how do you make an alternative attractive? You make the superior product worse. That is what happened with the Sentinel Gate. That is an incredibly backwards way of trying to garner any vote of confidence in design choice and creativity. This is gonna keep going. I mean, every time I log into the game, it's a good reminder of that. I really thought we were over this, and we as in like the general end user would see less of this type of philosophy, but sure enough, it's another great example. And this time it's personal to some extent. This past week I basically moved everything that I accumulated on extra on my Sentinel to the Justicar for the time being, because just another second-class citizen. Have I seen a Sentinel tank Moon Dancer? No, I have not. Have I seen a Sentinel tank anything in the last 3 modules that dealt with masters? No. Do I believe there are some? Yes. There probably are some people out there. Do I believe they're overgeared? Absolutely. Do they think they're overgeared? They probably think they're overgeared. Pretty sure. If you ask them, can they do it with less? Yes, with the other tanks. Absolutely. You can get away with less on the competing tanks. Did anyone ask for it? No. No one asked for that. Where was the crystal at? It's such a negative point, and it's so relevant. Kind of largely the story of Cryptic and its receding population. There's always this constant like effort of trying to ask for feedback, but the feedback is constantly being dictated by a problem of outliers. Change for the sake of changing, but usually change introduces variety, but in this case, a long history of reducing variety. Like for this, like this module is relevant. It's a reduction. It's an appearance of variety, but it's actually a reduction in variety. I still like it though. Like what? The themes and stuff are varied. I don't think writing source material, lore and stuff has ever been a deficiency for Neverwinter Online, because there's D&D. Neverwinter is a mainstay of D&D. Largely there's a decrease in variety and poor judgment, in my opinion, or lack of statistical understanding. I don't know, a lack of a lot of things, but generally speaking, it would be amazing to see a leadership change that deal with understanding of like population statistics in general. One of the few moments that I would say it wouldn't be that much of a taboo to enlist a publisher, a businessman, as a leader in design, because at least in this case it would be someone who speaks to statistics, speak to population stats, instead of just general and probably very passionate and genuine game development bent. The change to Sentinels is just baffling. Usually it's motivated by population. Like, hey, for example, something that gets a nerf in a fighting game or something would be that the fighting game community at large has shown a complaint or something. Like, yo, dude, this thing is just overpowered. Like, everyone constantly uses this. Like, I'm so sick and tired, etc. You know, mounting actual sample for change. But instead, I think the Sentinel change was more like, I'm a really stuck-up, arrogant developer who feel like I need to normalize all the points, all the things have to be normalized in some way, and I think this is the most important part of the normalization, so I'm going to do it. No one asked for this, but you know, it could be a good thing, and then sell it like it's a good thing. I won't get any flack for it because no one cares. I'm just doing it for fun, and it worked out really well. Well, you know, I know that it worked out really well, and that's all that matters. That's very, I mean, that's very admirable that you would it's a very respectful or admirable way of doing things. Like, oh yeah, you know, I beat, what was it? Beat to the rhythm of my own drum, kind of thing. Like, sure. I'm not the one that's beating to the rhythm of my own drum, obviously. So anyone who isn't on the same rhythm will find whatever changes you have aggressively probably undesirable in general, if it's removing something. If it's adding something, that's a little different story. I think the closest thing I can say is kind of like a longtime developer, you know, integrating a new game plus into something, and suddenly their next game doesn't have new game plus. That's basically something no one asked for, and it's inherently and pragmatically a strip of a feature. That's it. If it was for production costs or for resources, you disclose that, hoping that even though it's going to be negative, at least it's going to be less negative, because you get the empathy a bit from the people for being warned of it. Okay, you guys, you know, our next game does not have new game plus, because I know you come to all expect the feature, but it's been cut this time, and it'll still be negative. Like usually a feature cut is a negative, so you typically assume the responsibility. This is more or less the same, in my opinion. You remove a tool, you don't add a tool back. So you're left with less tools. And I'm pretty sure these weapons are unique. So we have to change instances. Because there's another player around. When you see another player, you basically want to change instances. The design of the pickups and stuff in this one is a step back from the previous module. I was it was above average last module, so it's kind of hard to, it'd be very difficult to pick up from a positive note. I think the theme is great, but it owes a lot to Wizard of the Coast. You know, Gygax and co. Not so much the design perspective. Actually, most of the design perspective is pretty average. And then the big elephant in the room, which was the banking changes. The other two were, I mean, Vanguard had a change that is negligible, because I can't, it doesn't functionally change anything at all. No gain, nothing. And then Justicar gained something minorly as a tank change, and then the threat thing. I mean, the threat thing is a threat thing. It definitely helped casuals, for sure. Like, to start off. So that's a positive. It's ironic that none of them are going to be Sentinel players. Oh, this is actually not that close, is it? Oh, no, it's not. It was the chieftain. I thought we were heading back to the elf. Alright, now we leave. And then that's it. Are we at 79? 64. Oh, because we didn't do... Right, 89. 89 is what. We didn't do this thing. The historian thing. One other thing about barbarians, but this deals with blade masters specifically. The blood what was the bloodletting still triggers on hit effects, like on damage effects to self. That's an oversight. Because it triggers like Fang Vice. Triggers Fang Vice and like Manticore's Bane on self. Especially Fang Vice. There's also one outstanding thing that doesn't work, and I'm absolutely certain about it because I actually picked it up and then dusted it. I don't know how this is even still possible, but this mod, Healer Sacrifice, it says total outgoing healing by 5%, right? So is total outgoing healing different from outgoing healing? And is it different from total healing? What I can tell you is it is definitely not outgoing healing. So it's not total outgoing healing. I don't know if it's different. But if it is supposed to be outgoing healing, then it doesn't work. And this was the dragon mod, as in the one for 3 mods ago, right? It decreases your incoming healing by 30%, and that's it. This mod only decreases your incoming healing by 30%. So maybe it's not outgoing healing. So I'll give them the benefit of the doubt that total outgoing healing means something else. It's not outgoing healing. So it is not clear what this means. How is this relevant to the current mod? Well, where is it? Is it this? This one right here. It's still called Healer's Sacrifice, right? And I picked it up. Obviously, it's on the collection. And it still does the same thing. So, there still hasn't been a clarification, in my opinion, if this is increased total healing. Which, total healing is like this. Where it says total healing. Where healing is highlighted in green, right? So if it's increased in total 5% total healing, it's not total outgoing healing. And if it's outgoing healing, it's not outgoing healing. It doesn't increase outgoing healing. So if you look at your stats, outgoing healing is 32.3%. Incoming healing is 29.2%. When you equip this, it's still 32.2%. You lose all your incoming healing because it decreases by 30%. It's still true to this day, regardless if you use this, which is the helmet, exactly the same. It's around 32.3, right? Because there's stats involved in that. This is coming from the outgoing healing stat on the gear. That's why it's 33.3% instead of 32.3. You do not get 5% outgoing healing. So my only understanding is maybe the word total outgoing healing is different. Maybe it's total healing or something, but this is the only time, the only instance where the keyword total outgoing healing is highlighted. Not healing, not outgoing healing, total outgoing healing. And the reason why I think it's outgoing healing is because gear stats are between 5% and 7.5% most of the time. So, and it's usually referring to, because if this is 5% healing, that's incredible because it's uncapped. Healing is uncapped. Outgoing healing is capped. Usually gear outside of the weapon set provides, like, usually weapon sets provide non-cappable stuff like incoming damage, how much incoming damage, total damage, and total healing, right? But a helmet that increases healing would be absurd, even at the cost of decrease there. I mean, you can still argue it's probably the same as what was those iron leggings? So you might be thinking maybe it's like iron leggings. These where is it? Oh, I don't have a pair of iron leggings here. Iron leggings were increase 5% damage and decrease 30% incoming healing. So maybe what this is saying, what these boots are saying, and the helmet is saying, is increase total healing by 5%. But it's deceptive. I don't know if it works or not. It's hard to measure that. And when I equip it, I don't see an increase in, or it's hard because it decreases incoming healing, right? So say you're healing yourself. It can't help because you're decreasing your incoming healing already. So if you choose another target, can you notice a difference? I don't really know. It's hard. I like this piece of equipment, it still doesn't make sense to me. So it would be great to have a clarification on this. Like, why use the word total outgoing healing? Outgoing healing is a stat. Perhaps change the stat. Change the stat wording or something. I don't know. I want to think it does work. Maybe. It's been 4 mods. Still the same phrasing. Still as confusing as ever. Might sound cynical, but generally speaking, I trust whatever is said. Like, I trust whatever the text is written, and that's why I'm critical about using the phrase total outgoing healing. I actually, if there's anything I trust, I just trust firsthand whatever is working is working. If I discover that they're not working, it's not like I'm gonna go lose my wits end or something. I'm on my wits end and then just about to explode or something like that. I typically just put my faith in the developer. If there's anyone who has more faith, I would say I'm at least above average when it comes to having faith in the creator, in the creators. And because of that, I may sound critical, or maybe perhaps a little too critical. But I'm not going out boycotting it. That's a different type of critical and passion. That's actually selfish fanaticism as opposed to compassionate peer reviewing. Which arguably that's kind of like the staple in Neverwinter, especially Neverwinter community. One of the things you have to understand, community is older, more traditional when it comes to how things are reviewed and seen. Lots of pride and arrogance. Not a bad or a good thing, just very prideful people. Oh wait, I think we turned this in, right? This gets us to 89, right? Yes. And we have 1 left over, because that's great. Stardust. Here's a typo right there. Someone forgot someone forgot some what does that mean? Font? Someone forgot some quotes, maybe? A syntax quote is missing somewhere. I imagine that's how you get how it encapsulates font. No, that could be just... Huh. Why would the font command be right here? Anyways, that's a programming error right there. Astral dust. Okay, sure. Gotoku. Let's do these and migrate over. Okay. We don't know what this dust stuff comes from. We only done pearls and purging. And one of them's the purging thing. I don't... No, the dust doesn't come from... Oh no, it does. It's probably the same drop rate as the aberration stuff, aberrant, Remichi rate, because it's 1 out of it's 7. Yeah, probably the same drop rate. So I'm expecting 1 out of 5 mobs, 5 groups of mobs ish. So far it looks okay, actually. Three off of 3 after 3. Not too bad. Might be a fluke though. Sample size is too small, you know. Yep. Another dud. Nothing like not being able to see what hits you. Yep, another dud. So it's definitely on a similar drop rate as the very, very unpopular aberrant soul thing rate. It's so unpopular that there's whole zone discussions about if people are doing it incorrectly or not. Yeah. The astral dust is just as dubious. It's a groaner. Yep. Okay. This might actually be worse. The mobs defend and CC. The mobs defend and CC and heal themselves, so it just takes longer in general. We still got one more tune to go, but just for the record, the last 30 minutes there were 4 queues for looking for a tank for defense of the Moon Dancer. It's not like it's new. It's kind of hard to appreciate if is specific to Moon Dancer or not, since tanks have always been one of the has largely been the rate limiting step historically. in the end of the day, I think one of the few games over my maybe long history of video gaming, playing video games, I would have said Neverwinter would be Neverwinter Online would be one of the few that tanking is incredibly rewarding. Like it was very entertaining. It had a lot of merit to it. And over the years, as the months gone by, right, which turns into years and many years, it's become less and less. Not so due to any changes in the rewarding dynamics of tanking, but more in the designs, because the requirements for tanking are not designed to take advantage of that. It's always the stand still in place, learn your rotations to be a meat shield and that type of thing. Rarely ever utilizing what the dynamics that other roles have. Even healers have roles of movement. So there's that. Occasionally, though, there are sometimes that happens. And it's very fun. Like Infernal Citadel's final boss would be a great example, right? My example that I can think of past memory would be Overwatch. It's a different genre. I know that. But it is still a genre that has the Trinity. Tanks, healers, which ironically tanks and support are the words they use, but healing is not the only support action. Protecting is a support action too, so the tank is a support. But naturally, nowadays, healing is not the only way you can quote-unquote support that isn't dominant like tanking. So tanking has matured into just being a group in its own, and then DPS, of course, has been consistent, and its healing has been relegated into a larger group called supports. It's still healing. And then there's a fourth category called support, which I would say naturally would be called utility. The utility group, because tanking, healing, and utility are all support mechanics. They don't inherently anti anything necessarily. And then DPS could have DPS support too, but it's still under DPS. Like debuffing is technically a support mechanic, but it's an offensive support mechanic, so it could be in a subset of DPS. Like a dot can be viewed as a support mechanic for DPS. Regen can be a support subgroup for healing. Mitigation is a support mechanic for tanking. So usually I would say when it comes to support, it's often the differentiation between offensive and defensive. So, are you offensive or defensive? If you're defensive, you're a support. But the last game that I played, why I played it for a really long time competitively at Overwatch, is because tanking was dynamic. It was a make or break point of failure too, but it was pretty clear that the weight was also reflected in meritocracy. You win games. People know they need a good tank. So while it has increased toxicity, it also comes with increased merit. This game does not. Whether you do well or not, it doesn't matter. Like, rarely is it rewarded in any form of merit. And it's so rare that when a healer or a tank receives comments, and they know who they are. They know who they are. It's almost as though it's a breath of fresh air. When someone doesn't say, dang, our team did a lot of damage. Meanwhile, the only reason they succeeded was because of a tank. That kind of thing. And I'm not talking about situations where the DPS was good and the tank was good. I'm just talking about the situation where it was clear that the tank was good and the DPS was not. But it's still more likely a comment about the DPS. I'm not even talking about myself, actually, because these are only situations where I have to heal. Because when you queue up randomly, when you solo queue as a healer, you see the range of pain givers and you see the range of tanks. And it's much rarer for the tank to be overcompensating than the pain givers. So usually there's like 2 pain givers out of 3 that are overcompensating. So yes, it is true, the pain givers over-contribute. But there's 3 times the chance per random queue, so it may feel like that. The sample size is bigger. But in terms of percentage, it's way lower still for the tank, so it still checks out. It's usually the pain givers that are quote-unquote carrying the team, but it's also statistically more likely to do so, and the game is designed to do so that way. So of course you're gonna see it that way. Starting on our fighter. So in the end, I still agree. And usually it comes down to pain givers. Not for the reasons, not for the same reasons the vast majority of pain givers who only play pain giving would suggest. It's not that the pain givers are require more aptitude or more skill or what have you, or comparison of merit and whatnot. It's because it's more frequent. There are higher sample size. If you normalize for sampling, I imagine the frequency of human beings that are capable of accelerating in a specialized skill is going to be very similar. But since there are a lower selection for tanks and support players, it would track that the frequency will reflect that. So yes, it's true. Tanks are a different breed and healers are a different breed. It may appear that way because their sampling size is so small. A very optimistic person would say, well, that's why when you get a tank, they're more consistently better because they have to be better to want a tank. Like, well, that's assuming you had a pool to select for those people already. This now is a concern of chicken or the egg. if you don't have a pool of players to select from, regardless of how good the pool is, it can't be good. It can't be more consistent than a pool that is really big. If your world or your game requires thousands of players and you have a pool of tens of players, you have to be the most luckiest person in the world to get in that small pool of players to have only extraordinary people. And these guys are immune because they were resetting. So yes and no. Yes and no. I don't want to say that I agree with people's sentiments, even the biased ones, but not for the same reasons. This is very relevant because this conversation comes up all the time in public in this game. When like someone says like, oh yeah, you know, it doesn't help that so-and-so points to your least favorite role or the role that griefed you, and then say like, well, you know, if they didn't exist, if they didn't do this, then everything would be fine. It's like, well, if you didn't do this, then everything would be fine. And it just comes down to, no, if everyone didn't do anything, right, like, or anything at all, it's a team game. Everyone's essential. So my perspective is a loss for the tanks is a loss for everyone. A loss for pain giving is a loss for everyone. And the developers specifically introduced a loss for tanks. That's everyone. It's a way to make it so that perhaps the community would start caring about everything, seeing themselves as a community as opposed to a pain giver or a tank or a healer. It's not the case, obviously. If I gave you the impression that the Neverwinter community is not splintered based on their own selfish interest, I would be misrepresenting the experience. The experience generally is if healers are underperforming, it's not a pain giver's problem. And I would go as far as saying the developers develop like that. They make changes and stuff like that. They build things and change things in isolation. They don't evaluate things in the way that they're holistic. So changes to tanks is a changes to tanks. It's not a change to how pain givers play or healers play. So when you take a tool away from a tank, like sentinels, whenever a sentinel is in your team, the healer is doing more work. And the pain givers are doing more work too, because the sentinels perform less. It's a lose-lose. It's not a lose for the developer, because the developer changes things in isolation. I mean, unless they can, I would be perfectly happy if someone was able to contradict or refute that the changes they make are in isolation of each other. Even though they keep saying, every time I like to believe they're talking about standardization, normalization. Well, standardization means to normalize everything. Well, I don't see a normalization for Bounding Slam, Threatening Rush, and Radiant Slam. If you don't want normalization, then undo all the healing changes. because the healing changes normalized all the healing mechanics. So it's an isolation. Like one person would be like, yeah, you know, all of them have to feel the same. Let me see if this is unique. It's not unique. Yeah, see it. Oh no, it's actually not unique. Nice. Of course, this person basically triggered an encounter and now I have to clear it. Like, great example. This artifact we just got triggers below 25%. Well, you could have a tank take a risk. You could have a DPS take a risk. You could even have a healer take a risk. That design literally punishes players by making them risky. So is it a great artifact? No, because there are artifact sets that don't require risk-taking that can functionally be more efficient. So when you designed that thing, it was in a void. It was to be unique, and honestly, it's a very unique mechanic. The unfortunate part is I can't see using it at all, but it's a very neat idea. It's a conceptually neat idea. I quite like the high risk, high reward thing. Is it pragmatic to the community? No, absolutely not. If you're hovering below that all the time, like every 30 seconds, that's ridiculous. What it does tell me though is that the developer thinks, at least some developers at Cryptic think that it is acceptable for tanks or any player to be below 25% health reasonably, or even 75% health reasonably in your game that you designed. A little bit of communication between the people who are designing the damage factors against a player and the person who's designing gear would suggest that most players hope they never drop below 75% health. In fact, a lot of times getting hit is enough to trigger someone, because a healer sees someone taking chip damage, it means they have to look out for them. And if you drop below 25%, the first thought is you better scroll when you die. That's it. I want to say that healers can compensate for that, but I've already gone through the whole like situation about healers having cast times on their spells, expecting to keep up with the sources of damage in which can come multiplicatively faster, like exponentially faster than a healer's cast time. So yeah, any mechanic that deals with low health is unbelievably ignorant to your own mechanical design. There's so many sources of damage that can stack on top of things in this game. When you get knocked into a CC, into another CC, into another CC while you're on the ground getting hit because you have no invulnerability state, that's not a game where where being below 25% or even 75% health is reasonable. When you can do that, it's irrelevant. So naturally in those situations, you will be using a piece of gear that has uptime without a proc. That's dependent on a vulnerable state. You're not running around with a class that has a mechanic that's like, what's a good mechanic for low health proc? A survival bonus. Basically, the lower your percentage your health gets, the more defense you get, right? I think there are some armor pieces, like some gear pieces that do that, which would be really neat. if there was a class that can actually make it awesome. I think there's like a few gear pieces that say you gain something based on the percentage of health you're missing. But that's assuming you can keep your health that low. Or want to keep your health that low. But it's antagonistic to the healer's role in this game. It's creating more work for the healer. When that item was designed, I don't think that was considered. It was more like, hey, you know, tanks take a lot of damage, so whenever they get low, or like you could even make an argument, pain givers take risks, so if they accidentally like took chip damage that dropped them low, it can maybe work. Maybe like a rogue, right? Use Path of Blades, stealth, Death Strike in, and then blow their load, and then they get slapped once, and it saves them. Fine, sure, I guess. How often does that happen? Well, a rogue, I doubt, is trying to do that. If they are, they're making more work for the healer. And if they're gonna continue doing that, one day they're gonna get unlucky, or the healer just doesn't bother anymore. Those are all holistic interactions in a team game. So when you're thinking about a team game, designing individual loot would suggest to me the developers make loot and gear in isolation. They don't think about it holistically. Why is thinking about things holistically important? In my opinion, is because your community reflects your design. If most of your gear is reflected in individual performance, then naturally most of your community are going to evaluate and treat each other based on individualistic performance. When you introduce party gear, they will naturally focus and understand that party was the success, part of the success. Like, for example, one of the worst case, unfortunately, one of the double edges is stronghold gear, right? Or mastercraft gear, or raptors. It became almost mandatory for the team play, but it became one of the arguably even worse things than team play, exclusive team play. So you have gear that's hidden by exclusivity because it's not accessible. If someone wants to make an argument that Mastercraft is accessible, I like to hear it, but it is not accessible, so therefore it becomes an exclusive party mechanic. What does that sound like? That sounds like individual play, but at a smaller party level. So your community's attitude towards new players and the community's attitude towards reward, what is justified reward, what is good gear, what is bad gear, is reflective in it's also a responsibility, partly responsible by the developer's philosophy in their design. Like, I don't know, reading a self-entitled essay on how these gear don't have damage on it, or reading a essay on how the Master Trials gear is not good enough to do what? To beat the trial? Well, you beat the trial to get this stuff. What else are you doing? You want to get gear for something you don't have a challenge for. Okay, well, that's how the gear is designed. Meanwhile, you have this self-feeding problem where every time you introduce a new content, the same group would be like, yeah, this content, it's kind of neat, you know, like I see what you're doing, but it's too easy. Like, well, if there's a group that you're asking for feedback and the feedback they give is some superficial requirement on whether it's easy or not, or why it's easy or why it's not, or maybe why easy is not fun, none of that is being explained. And that is a group you're getting feedback from. That is incredibly short-sighted. That's not even insightful. It's a bunch of gatekeepers, in my opinion, that's gotten so used to doing stuff very well, by the way. They can do stuff very well, super well, but it also means they don't understand why they do well anymore, in my opinion. They don't understand why things don't feel good, why things doesn't appear to be worth it. They try to analyze it in a way that comes from a complacent space. You're not analyzing it from a place where you don't have that stuff. Like cue the memes about, as a engineer who has 10 years of experience, this is my opinion. Well, the Neverwinter version of this is, as a person who does the master trials, and then all these stipulations, like, well, as a person, in my opinion, who is designing a product for a big range of players, the moment someone says as a certain thing, that it would only be applicable to just that group. Applicable to just that group. So if someone says, as a person who does master trials, then their opinion and their feedback only relates to people who do master trials as a form of evaluation. Because they themselves self-selected their qualification. So how much does a person who does master trials feedback worth? Well, it's a smaller portion of your population. So as such, these individuals, I would say, I would like to believe, have enough self-respect and mutual respect for other people to know that when they say they're the ones who do master trials, they represent a vast minority of players in Neverwinter. At least I believe they do. Because if they believe they represent the majority, that they're not an elite. They're not exceptional. And the last thing I would think is these players don't think they're exceptional. So if you're exceptional, you are also in the minority. It's not like everyone can be the best player. No, only the exceptional are the best players. So you can't have it both ways. If you go around believing that you represent the Neverwinter community, then you are also not exceptional. Because to represent the Neverwinter community would mean you would know how it feels for most of them. Well, you're either a super good player or you're an average Joe. The average Joe is more likely to understand most people. The best players are less likely to understand most people because they are the best. And I think the vast majority of influencers on Neverwinter don't understand that, in my opinion. It's a very unpopular opinion, perhaps, but I think they're very great players. They love this game a lot, and that's what makes them unable to offer feedback on the games in order to help the game grow. They are very good at offering the advice needed for those who want to be exceptional, though. So it's a double edge. If you're a super good player, you are more likely to not know what other players need and want, or a person who's designing the game is less likely to get a lot of useful information from someone who's extraordinary. Because extraordinary means that they aren't common. I think, to me, that is one of the core demonstration of understanding how population statistic works. If you truly believe that more than 50% of your population are extraordinary players, then none of them are extraordinary, because it's the majority. That just means they're the average. So how extraordinary are you? Extraordinary people are not influencers that represent a large majority of opinions. It is an influencer that stands alone and is spectated for being extraordinary. If there's a very good influencer, like a self-proclaimed super #1 player, and they're going around saying that they understand how everyone else feels, that's an oxymoron. That is so counterintuitive. There are only two explainers for that. Either they are average themselves and they overestimate how extraordinary they are, or they are extraordinary and no one can relate to them. If an extraordinary player thinks they're extraordinary and they resonate with a lot of people, then it's either the people is telling them that, but not really, or the other way around. This is not a practice of subjectivity or opinion or anything. If you're really good at something, then you're a part of a small number of people. If you're not truly good at something, then you're more likely to be part of a bigger people, a bigger statistic. That's normal distribution. I want to say it's only logical, but logic as for a human being also takes into psychological concerns like subjectivity. You can feel like you're part of a big community of people when you're only surrounded with those type of people. So yes, you could feel like you represent a big majority of people if you are only surrounded with the same people. So if everyone around you is good, then it might look like it might feel like everyone in Neverwinter is a good player, for example, or expected to be a good player. So this is a deep cut for you. When a player goes around and say, oh yeah, we clear this stuff all the time. We're already done with this stuff. It's like, okay, well, who's your company? Well, it's the usual gang and stuff. It's like, are they good players too? Like, yeah, of course. I only hang around with good players. It's like, all right, that's cool. That's great. But I can tell you the vast majority of people aren't you guys then. If that's true. Now, if the person says, no, I'm not the best, and we make do and whatnot, it's like, okay, they could still end up being the vast, the exceptional. It's just humility now, right? So there's a really good player who exercises humility might be surrounded with lots of players who has humility. That still doesn't guarantee that they represent the majority of players. So objectively speaking, if you're excelling and you're exceptional at it, you are a minority. There's no way around it. It's a fact. subjectively, it can be very hard to see sometimes. And I think in this game, developers do things in a vacuum a lot of times. And it's reflective in the community. The community evaluates things in a vacuum. It's ironic because MMORPGs are a team game a lot of times, wrapped up with individual performance, not the other way around, but I mean traditional MMORPGs. Other MMORPGs or live service RPG games now wrap around individual performance first and then optionally give team-based performance. A good example of this would be having scaling content. So, and not team scaling content. Like this type of item level thing, it's a team scaling item level. An individual based team scaling would be, for example, if you have 2 friends, well, you complete a dungeon because it scales to 3 players. If you're alone, it scales to 1 player. It always scales to the number of players. That's still some team scaling. Now, in these events, all the gear and stuff you can also normalize to each other. So the person who has the lowest item level, everything is scaled to the person who has the... You scale it to whoever, one of the players. So it becomes an individual who scales that kind of thing. This stuff does work. I don't think it helps with how traditional MMORPGs work though. So it's a conflict of interest there. But it's an example. I don't think it would work in this situation. So yeah. Most of my interactions with like the bigger peeps, like the greater Neverwinter community, I suppose, on social media and whatnot, it's usually people who think they're extraordinary. They could be or they could be not, going around saying that they know what's good for a larger community. Well, I would be more likely to believe someone if they said they weren't extraordinary and they're like a lot of the community and this is what they think. Going around giving an impression that you're extraordinary or you know a lot of things and you're arrogant and you think everything as a matter of fact, you're less likely to represent everyone if it's true. If it's not true, then you're deceiving yourself. And deceiving yourself is pretty hard, in my opinion. So it's easier to deceive others in response. If you're able to deceive yourself that you're really good and you're really not, there are more concerns about listening to you than not doing that at all. Imposter syndrome is the opposite. So I'm well acquainted with imposter syndrome. Now you might be thinking what's in another situation that's the same? Well, someone who's actually very good but don't think they are, and they go around saying things, right? But the things they say is only because they're very good at the game. That's the imposter syndrome. It's just as dangerous. Like, for example, someone who's very extraordinary at taking exams, offering advice to anyone who's in trouble with exams, but they believe that they're just as awful at exams. So their advice focuses on having trouble with exams still, but their troubles don't reflect their actual competence. So when they go around offering advice, what they end up doing is advising people who are legitimately incapable of taking that advice. That's the imposter syndrome, where someone clearly don't understand how extraordinary they are. And when they offer advice, well, most people fail because the advice is based on being extraordinary. Just the complete opposite, right? That happens too. So, yes, objectivity, facts, and stuff are great. Like, hey, it helps you maybe find out if you are indeed extraordinary or not. In the end of the day, though, it comes to the psychological component, the subjective component. What comes with finding out that you are very good at something? It is possible for someone to be very good at a game and have a proficient self-awareness to be useful to a larger audience. The downside is it's a trade-off. So the more you spend time as an extraordinary person catering to people who are less exceptional yet, right, at it, the less likely you'll maintain that position. That's what teachers are. That's what coaches are. They become extraordinary at doing the task of being relevant to a set of population. So yes, a teacher is limited in the literal sense of the skill, but they are exceptional at teaching the skill to the larger audience. So in a way, you can have a mix of skills where you do affect a larger population, but it's not in the skill literally. So a teacher is excellent, say like a really excellent elementary school teacher, right? Well, they spend a lot of time in understanding how to interact with elementary students. That also caps their knowledge. It doesn't cap how well they teach the skill. It caps the skill itself, because it also limits their ability to educate college students. It limits them to become a professional at a high level in that manner. So holistically, those are, when you expand on a skill, you naturally then start thinking holistically on how it impacts your other skills, right? And that's kind of the thing. So when a really, really great player comments that a coach is someone who couldn't make it, is because their world is so small and specialized that the only skill that's important to them is the game, not how to teach it. Well, what does a coach do when they're not practicing? Well, coaching. Then you take that very skilled person, eventually that person has to retire, and what can they do? Well, they can become a coach, and then that's when they realize that coaching requires skills that aren't naturally involved in being able to play the game. So that's kind of the situation here. Like, it's great, you're getting feedback, but where is your feedback coming from? Like, how do you select for feedback that's appropriate for your game? If it is to constantly select for the exceptional people, then yeah, you're doing a fine job for sure. Like, I think it checks out. It should be logically apparent that all your changes is dealing with exceptional people. So what was the Sentinel change? Addressing those people. Not tanking. Don't sell it off as a tanking balance, because that's what you did, in my opinion. That's what whoever wrote the patch notes and the comments did. They did a bait and switch on suggesting that it's part of like a larger tanking related thing and whatnot. It's not that. It is definitely not that. It's just taking away from a very, very minor group. So what do you have now? I don't know, you just have less tanks, really, in general. Less tanks, but negligible less tanks. Just as negligible as the change in Sentinels. I only make it sound like a slightly big deal because it involves me specifically. It's really negligible. It hasn't really changed the lack of the change wasn't to increase the number of Sentinels. It was to change the Sentinel. It wasn't a goal to increase. So job well done. The objective is complete, is to remove Sentinel slash. That should be communicated directly. That was the intent. I'm like, there's no way that design was not intended for that. I think that's what makes it the misdirection is what makes it egregious. Egregious is an egregious offense because it's a bait. It's like snake oil salesman. God, yeah, don't worry, don't worry. We know what we're doing. We'll offer something else. We'll constantly compensate. It's almost as egregious, in my opinion, as selling a product for more money when you're offering them features that they don't typically use. That goes back to like the Apple sales tactics. Like, we're gonna sell our product for a 30% markup, and this is what you're getting. We're not telling you that realistically you're not going to use most of these features that we've included in our product because of the markup. We're just using it as a way to sell it. So here, since they're only a small population, you're assuring that population that, hey, you know what? Don't worry. Well, we got your back. We're gonna change this because I think this is an overperforming element of the thing, but it will offer a competitive alternative. Just stick with us here. And then it doesn't happen. Not only do you not offer an alternative, you strip the old one, you strip the existing one. So you have a loss of feature and a lack of alternatives. If it ended there, it would have been fine. I think it'd still be fine because it's a small population. But just the idea that falsely suggesting good intentions is shady, is very shady. I can't seem to find these weapons because there are too many players in the instance. Amazing. It's getting a little bit late. I really thought I'd get this. I'd be a little bit more focused today, but lots of thoughts. It almost feels like I'm always waiting on the same nodes. But that can't be. That can't be it. Just those 2 nodes. Over and over again. Are there actually 5 nodes here? Is there something over here? No? We're almost there. We'll try to squeeze in a trial here. If there are any trials. And probably end up having to tank. It's gonna be like some... Actually, nowadays, the tank has to be experienced. So at least I got that out of the way. How do I prove that I'm experienced? No way of proving without gear. So they just have to take it. They just have to take it for face value. Like, the requirement now is that the tank be experienced. Not the healer. Not the pain givers. The tanks. Because that's the point of failure. Both tanks. On average, there aren't any tanks that would be able to stand the stacking without swapping. Right? The classical mechanic is to have 2 tanks swap all the time. I think that, to me, I like to humbly and respectfully say it's a lazy mechanic. It's constantly the mechanic that makes it so that it's reasonable to have 2 tanks, as opposed to just have 2 tanks with 2 different tasks. Which coincidentally, Moondancer is a great example of a possibility that it could have been just 2 tanks that had 2 different obligations. Instead, they thought adding that same stacking thing over and over again to force the 2 tanks to switch on top of that would be the general design language. It's like, all right, well, great. It still works for sure. It's still lazy because that's bottom line. That's a bottom line design. Like, how do you get 2 tank? How do you create a need for 2 tanks? Have them swap. How do you do that? Incremental multiplicative stacking in damage until it can't happen. If you follow the groups, though, what do? They have the tank take the fall multiple times instead. And then have the strong part of their community, the pain giving, compensate. How do you clear things, you know? How do you do master trials really, really well and quick and efficiently? Have a lot of damage. What's your first strategy to do things? Have a lot of damage. And have just enough to survive. But lots of damage. And then how do you address having too much damage? DPS check. Like, reverse DPS check, really. And this is one of them. This is an example of a reverse DPS check. Where the desired effect is you deliberately wait to pile on DPS. It's a classic response. It's a classic way to do it. For sure. How do you myth people? Well, get tanks to do the thing that they don't want to do, get the DPS to do the things that they don't want to do, and get the healers to do the things that they won't want to do. That's excellent, actually. You know, that's very challenging, actually. If there's anyone that has that mantra of, yeah, the most challenging things are the things you don't want to do, this is a good one. Get tanks to stand still and be a punching bag. Check. It's not for intellectual stimulation though. So like, for example, things can be challenging and intellectually rewarding. Emotionally challenging and intellectually challenging. This is not intellectually challenging, but definitely emotionally challenging. Actually, I would say the vast majority of Neverwinter's challenge is emotional. It's not intellectual. So what's the most challenging thing about the dragon hunts? Getting a tank or a healer to fill in enough to watch the pain givers get slapped one at a time by a dragon and then just scrolling. Because if you're gonna help with a dragon, right? If you're gonna help with a dragon hunt, it's usually the pain givers. As most of the pain giving stuff comes from the dragon hunts, still on their way to whatever the current content is. So the healers and the tanks are there to babysit. It's usually the case. And then, you know, the pain givers would think the same thing. It's like, yeah, we're here just to walk the tank to the boss because the tank is just this dog that can't seem to move very fast. Because the game inherently wants tanks to move like tanks. Slow. Slow and steady. What do tanks do? Well, they continue to stack movement speed. Keep on stacking movement speed. Alright, let's get these last three. We're at 100. Grab this artifact, right? The last time I tried to do an artifact was the proto engine, and then then Sentinel Gate happened, and now the proto engine is like one of the worst team. I thought I would use it as a team support kind of thing, but the runes are daily dependent, so there's no more daily dependent stuff. Like, I don't use daily dependent stuff anymore. So place that mechanic on top of the pile of things taken away. In my opinion, because of that mechanic, right? Because of lowering AP across the board in general for tanks, as for whatever reason, as an offset for better threat, I guess. Maybe that's their argument. Take away AP from shielding so that to compensate for the increase in threat or whatever. Alright, I'll buy it. Because of that, making modifiers that have tanks in mind, just don't bother. They rarely come up. So just throw all the AP oriented team things. Runes, auras. Try convincing your pain givers to do that. Like, there was some glimmer of hope, I suppose. Shout outs to the cleric players too, I suppose. I don't know. I think even cleric players were able, like devout players were able to drop runes or something team oriented. But not tanks. I wouldn't do that. I would take passive stuff for sure. No contest. Anything active is exclusively a loss of action for the tank. Tanks require action. Spending action on an item is already squandering, in my opinion. Squandering the limited action they already have. I would show you what the Sentinel gameplay looks like in a spawn-oriented way. So, like, if you do Harvester, that's a great way to demonstrate the difference in tank efficiency when it comes to actions. And I can tell you the results are probably not what many paint givers would expect. I actually think Vanguard has a fairly decent way to compensate. Vanguard did have a change. I forgot about one change that I am using on the Vanguard for the mob phase. It's their it's the ability that charges. It's the second ability, not bull charge, but their specific ability. That one actually works really well with the new threat changes because you only have to really tap a little bit. It's like pushing through, follow through, charging through. I don't remember the specific wording. I'll show it in a sec. What I'm referring to. It's so fast. Like, it's not so fast, right? It's not so fast. But just still pretty okay, I suppose. In the end, one quick fix or one quick compensation for Sentinels is increase the range of all their AoEs. Blood Fury, double the range of Blood Fury, or double the range of Primal Fury, double the range of Not So Fast, double the range of Challenger Slash, Sentinel Slash, so that it just hits more things. No change in magnitude, no change in anything. Just make it so that they hit something instead of having to run to it, because Bounding Slam is the one thing they increased in AoE was Bounding Slam. The one thing that takes like 4 actions of time to do. I tried using Bounding Slam. Just takes too long. It's faster to walk up to the target at maximum range of your Challenger Slash and hit all the units than waiting for Bounding Slam to animate that distance. Not to mention, there's a chance you might rubber band back into place, so... It's so short-sighted, not changing Bounding Slam. What is it called? Oh yeah, and I haven't even respect Vanguard yet. Or, respect the boon stuff on this character. I have to wait 15 seconds. Because loadouts are attached to artifacts, which is a very, very oppressive feature, by the way. That loadouts have to wait for all the equipment to come off cooldown. Line Breaker. Oh, that's not even close. Yeah, Line Breaker. Pretty sure Line Breaker got a magnitude increase, right? Or something. Something changed about Line Breaker. But it's slight, but still. The threat change makes Line Breaker a little bit more reliable. So you could just run around line breaking and bull charging. Since bull charging and line breaker are punishing charge and radiant slam speeds. And I mean threatening rush is like middle of the ground, so it's still pretty fine. So you bounce around really fast. Very quickly. Actually. Sentinels don't have that. There's actually 0. Mighty Leap works to some extent, so I use Mighty Leap, which makes sense because Frustrating Slash is the other modifier, and Sentinel Slash is dead, in my opinion. If you have to run up and use Sentinel Slash, you might as well just let your Pain Givers finish up. So, just to demonstrate a little bit, I guess. Challenger Slash is more like Oath Strike now. So if you're just using the animation of Challenger Slash, whoops, that's not... It's kind of like treated, I would say, Challenger Slash, you treat it like Reckless Strike. So you're just using, yeah, see? It's still rubber bands, but this can complete faster than Sentinel Slash. And what you're really trying to do is you're trying to hit something. If you're waiting on the Sentinel Slash, it's too long. So you're just using Challenger Slash, and Challenger Slash already have an increased threat modifier, so you're not like missing Frustrating Slash on Sentinel Slash, and it allows you to have Mighty Leap then in it. So then you can use this feat, right? Leap into action, and so using this, which that's great if you actually hit something, right? And if you're gonna pigeon your hole into this, you might as well just use Challenger Slash, which already has an increased threat, faster animation, and you get to add one on top of that, which is Leap, Mighty Leap, which gives you distance. So yeah, Sentinel Slash is gone. Like, I even keep Bounding Slam just in case you run out of like you're just too far behind. You can still use Bounding Slam. It is still better than Sentinel Slash because you're moving in a direction. And then this involves, once you go into a boss, all you have to do is switch to Sure Strike. If you can't switch to loadout, right, which is a thing here, because this game is designed in a way to be as impediment as possible to having multiple loadouts, because you don't have alternatives. You just have functionally one-dimensional things for specific situations. So you need this loadout for a single targeted Sentinel build. If you can't switch out from a multi one, which requires Blood Fury, right, and not so fast movements and Mighty Leap, what you can do is just swap out Challenger Strike for Sentinel, and you still have Disarming Takedown, which is a staple because these things are... Let's not go back into how asinine these two are. You still have Disarming Takedown, so you can just swap out Not So Fast for Takedown. And then that would just be your single target in half the situations where you don't get a place to change your loadout. Because that's also a thing where you can't change loadouts on a lot of things. A Moon Dancer would be a great example. Unless I missed something. I'm pretty sure I didn't, because I don't think you can switch during Moon Dancer. It's the only tank that you cannot freely... You have to swap something, because as a Justicar, You can just compensate either way, naturally. Bear with like one encounter swap, which you can do at any time during Moondancer. You can't do that in Sentinel because your feats are literally locked too. Just saying. That's also a lot of things. It was less it was less egregious because you had AP. Now you don't. So you just don't. So today was about average. I would say it's a solid 5. You have your bridging stories, right? Bridging planet stories, and then that's about it. That's usually how it goes. So now I spent like an hour more than I would have expected because I got a little sidetracked in my thoughts. The local time is 5:52 p.m. We're gonna sit here for a little bit and see what we have available to us. Already within 10 seconds of being here, there's a call for looking for 2 tanks for advanced defense of the Moondancer. So it's tanks again. It's always gonna be tanks. So am I gonna try to tank it? I guess. Let's see. I got the shoes just because I got both the scaling stuff. So these shoes comes out to if you're 80k, these shoes come out to be 5% damage resistance or reduction, which is still better than most of the shoe slots. So there's that. And I have no other defense equipment because I tanked as a sentinel a lot of times in endgame stuff. And then I tank casually on the others because it takes a lot of resources to outfit 3 people for end stuff consistently. So we're gonna looks like one of the DPS dropped out. So now there's a DPS and looking for 2 tanks and 1 DPS. The only way I'm gonna tank is if they say looking for 1 tank. So we're just gonna wait until it comes down to 1 tank. And I'll try my best to basically take the fall over and over again. We would go in with something like this, probably. I don't even know. I think going in with this is fine too, actually. We'll see. How much item level? It's 82. That's like 0.5% damage resistant. That's a lot. Right now there are 3 different groups looking for a tank. Or advanced Moondancer. I'm looking if I have any like defensive equipment or something. I don't think I have enough defensive equipment. What did this do? Oh right, it already does the same thing. I could switch. No, that's the same amount of defense. It comes down to the artifacts. Nah. Sure. I don't know. Maybe they'll take me, maybe they won't. We'll see. The other guy is weaker than me. Well, maybe not. It's a vanguard. You hate to see it. I really dislike seeing it when I have a better equipped defensive tank than someone who is defensive. Alright, well... Rip me. I guess we'll see. At least equip this, right? And... I use Frozen because it reduces 10% incoming damage. So Frozen gives 10%. And I absolutely know that there aren't anyone rolling this. I don't have any overload slots that are decent, and the doubloons cost is too much for wards right now. We pop back a steadfast. Only a steadfast. Because, gonna die anyways. So, you know. Hi, all tanks and heals, please connect each other. I search last. Please connect each other? I think the person means please sort out what to do with each other. Well, take up or forever hold your peace. I did say that I was gonna tank whoever said looking for one tank, so here I am. For the record, the support players also don't talk to each other very much. So I operate under good faith that the other three knows exactly what they're doing. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna take the boss, get hit a couple times, die, and hope the other tank takes care of it. And then when the other tank dies, I will take over again. And then rinse and repeat until both of us are dead, or the DPS took down the lieutenants. That's the only thing that we can do now. So the alternative for me to be successful, I guess, is get geared so high that I just solo tank the boss here. And then when you get into master trials, right, then you start negotiating. And the way I would negotiate is, which I could do for this guy if I knew I had enough gear, which I don't, because the game is designed to leave the gear to completion. Again, the alternative is I see my buddy here, right, the random guy who didn't say a single word, get 5 stacks on his bar. I would take over, and then I would expect him or her or whoever to take over when they see 5 stacks on my bar. But the odds of that happening at this level is unrealistic. So I'll still try to do it, possibly. But it does look like we do not have in Oathkeeper. So the tanks are most guaranteed to die. Because realistically, I die in like 3 or 4 stacks. And here's salting wounds here. Tanks are expected to move fast enough away from each other when swapping. Because generally it's the healers that say like, oh, can you keep the boss away from the mobs? It's like, well, yes and no. Have to swap, right? So you cross the line. One pain giver already died twice, which is the group leader. The other guy is using hard taunts. So there's that. And if I have to guess, the run is going to end when the purple poison drops on the ground. Because the other point that's required is for the pain givers to be able to clear efficiently here. So right now it's not efficient enough at the moment. There's the purple ground. The other guy is pretty ham, so I think that guy is gonna be the main tank. It's probably gonna do no or not. That guy went ham, and that purple ground. This is where the whole group wipes. Yep. I'm not gonna even go in there because it's instant death. Like, you can't touch that. Yeah, half the team already like died more than twice. Oh, actually, I take it back. It's just 1 stack on 4 of them, and then the guy that's underperforming is almost dead. He already has 4 stacks on himself. Practically stacked himself onto the poison. I sound cynical because now I actually know what's going on. But it's not really cynicism, it's just giving you the lowdown on what I would be looking for if I'm tanking. Gauging what I have to do or what is in store for me just to be prepared. Right now it's okay as long as that one guy doesn't die. We can still make a run for the clear, I guess. But if that guy dies, then it's still a loss of a player, which is incredible. It's like something very difficult to compensate for. The other tank, we already lost the DPS. Wait, did we lose a DPS? Is it just me or there's one less player? Yeah, it's... I'm leaving. See, there you go. Pain giver already left. That's the story. Alright, we wait for the next group. That's what happens. Two groups looking for tanks. The moment I see no more players can do reinforcement, the moment I leave. Let's try again. Nah, me and this guy are about the same. Yeah, me and this guy is about the same. The reason why I know someone left is there's no leavers penalty. Because most people don't do private groups. So like if I did this, there'd be a warning, right? So a pain giver already left that group in the last one. Well, let's see what happens here. Does everyone know what to do? Like tank switching? I don't know. Tell me. I mean, we're gonna see if we even get there. I responded and said like, sure, but it's a 2-tank problem, and the other tank either don't speak English or just decide not to say anything per usual. Doesn't ask, so out of sight, out of mind. We'll see if we even get to it. No vortexes. Okay. Interesting. That's the first time I heard a specific who said that? DPS, no vortexes. Interesting. Tank switching. Stop pushing them, please. Okay. It's one of the mages or one of the wizards. The other tank has a death wish. Caused me to get stunned. Oh, everyone's alive right now, so there's that. No stacks yet. I got CC'd with Divine Champion there. I guess that's intended. I don't know. There's one. The healer went down. Had back turned. In the open. Instantly crushed. Trying to avoid that one lieutenant in the corner. That's the lieutenant that does the purple ground thing. I always want it to be last. Get rid of all the current lieutenants before hitting that one. I don't know how that guy went down. Oh boy. That's an early pull on that lieutenant. That's a rip. Everyone's gone down. Yep. That's a big rip. I don't even know what's hitting me, so I can't comment. Yep. That's a wrap. I mean... How many skulls is that? Someone's about to die. Ben is about to die. It would be okay if everyone's at like 2 or 3, I suppose. You get to the top, do the 2 lieutenants side last, go through the mid, go to the other end, and then come back, and you might be able to do the 2 lieutenants. So go across mid, go to the far end, and then someone asked, can we make it? The answer is no. Not at the moment. It's not even close. How this is not even close. You can always make the attempt though. I'm okay with making attempts. We'll try one more group after this. I think in this case, not to throw too much shade everywhere, the better question is to ask, does everyone know what they're looking for to avoid getting killed? And usually it's the purple thing. So like one thing that's worth noting in Moondancer is which opponent is going to have a chance to lay those purple things. And there's 2 locations. Yeah, Ben's dead. So Ben already had 5 stacks. And then Ben instantly left. Oh, no, not yet. No, Ben's still here. Ben did not leave yet. But it's very likely that Ben's gonna leave. Or not Ben, someone else. Oh, there might have been 2 Bens. This is terrible. Doing this right now is not great, but I'll take one of them. If only... If only the other tank didn't use... an AoE. Up in there. Bubbly, bubbly, bubbly. And I'm gone. That was with Divine Champion, by the way. So I had Divine Champion and at least I thought I did. I had Divine Champion and Divine Protector up. While flying in the air over and over again. I'm dead here. I don't know what they were expecting, really, though. What the group was expecting. Yeah, we had to compare it, right? Like, I would say my tank is only good enough stat-wise to survive long enough for a main tank. Like, at most, it's only good enough for a yep. It's only good enough for like an off tank kind of situation where I would take 3 or 4 stacks and switch, but it's okay. All the 2 painkillers left are. So, all right, let's try again. What is the success ratio of a LFG group? Is I would say 20%. 20%. So, just to demonstrate how wonderful, I guess, how proficient it is, if Cryptic is ever interested, the rate of success in advanced defense of the Moon Dancer, at least from me, out of 30 runs ish, 10%, 10%. Maybe 3, 1 in 10, or I mean 3 in 30, so 1 in 10. 1 in 10 runs, possibly, work out. And this is not including duos, trios that come from like a specific guild or something, who are looking for fills, right? So not like core groups that comes for fills. In fact, if I were to take a bold guess, those 3 that worked might have had core groups. Like half the group came from a guild or something that already knew each other. Something like that. Because they looked like they were already communicating beforehand. So if that's where your advanced trials are, and that's where you wanted it to be, then why have master trials? And why have master trials? Well, the answer to that, there are master trials, so I need to find an answer for that. The answer is that when it comes to trial content, is bimodal. The design of Advanced is new, right? Advanced Dungeon is new. Advanced Trials is new for this module. It has to bridge the normal to the masters. Well, it's bimodal. Normal, the success rate is like 90%. Masters, the success rate is still like 90%. In the middle, it's like close to 0%. Just to demonstrate how taking feedback from the masters group is not representative of how to tweak and tune a bridge between the 2 groups. Just like catering deliberately to the normal group would probably diminish the smoothness of a Vance group, right? So, nope. That's the usual experience. You don't even see the boss most of the time. When you get to the boss, the biggest point of failure is the tanks. And that's generally why tanks don't play this. Because in the beginning, it's still not that... It's still just not as great. It's just a bunch of players haphazardly pulling aggro, and then the tank scrambling, and then getting bopped, and then everyone gets bopped. The tank needs to call out when to engage the lieutenant. The 3 successful runs that were LFGs were tanks taking control of telling people not to behave and play like 90% of their games. Running, roping everything around. In fact, a lot of the tank failures, like the failures in that lower deck, is because the other tank plays like a buffoon. Generally, like what I mean is, like, I would be healing and there's one tank that believes that it's just like normal. You can go aggro everything all at once and then everyone dies. It takes less time. This is ironic because instead of having a pain giver think they can do that, at least in trials, generally speaking, the pain giver doesn't do that. There were a few, maybe like 3 out of the last 30 runs, there would be a rogue that aggroes everything and tries to stealth back to the party, get bopped, and then just leaves the queue. It was legitimately a rogue that died 5 times immediately, complained, left, and the group was successful. Without that rogue, but it was after wiping and finding another person to replace them. So there are still those, but generally speaking, that is the extent of the experience right now. We'll try one more because it's getting late. I usually do these earlier. It's already getting into the midnight. It's past midnight hours for the large majority of players. This game is not US friendly, so it's kind of humorous when people say like, oh, it's English friendly though, but it's kind of ironic because not everyone speaks English that are Americans, right? So in this game, it's incredibly US unfriendly, as in the vast majority people who still plays this game is in an elite club that kind of just selects for a specific mentality. It's not the American mentality, I can tell you that. Because the things that are said in public is interesting. And then the representation of the late night evening people after midnight, after EU midnight, which is now more or less, I don't stick around for that. Or I am on during that, I just don't stick around for those types of chats anymore. It's actually something people look forward to. So I'm not saying that just because I don't stick around for it doesn't mean that's not the reason others stick around for it. Stuff that are very obvious that I hide the chat for a reason. I think that's it. I think all 3 of those groups are gone. That's it. We'll wait until it's 6:30. We'll give it another 5 minutes. And showcase the brilliance. This is, I'm being facetious now. The brilliance in a constant need for trial content. That is normalized to the outliers. For better or for worse. One thing that has gotten me puzzled though, which I don't know if anyone else noticed, and I don't know what the deal is. So if you look at the vendor, right? Actually, that's not where. The neutron cores. Neutron cores only come from masters. At least that's what they say. The currency, neutron cores. But somehow, I got a neutron core? I don't understand where that neutron core came from. So maybe maybe you got a neutron core just because of the story thing, the one of, but somehow I got a neutron core, which apparently comes from masters. If there was another way to get neutron cores, then if it's advanced defense of the Moondancer, well, the realistic experience is you have to look at LFG, right? And I already said, for me, my experience is 1 in 10. Well, an attempt is like 30 minutes, right? Multiply by 10, that's 300 minutes. That's 5 hours to get one successful run. And you need 10 neutron cores. But the neutron cores I got was clearly not 1-to-1 on the completion. Somewhere I got it. I don't think it's the completion of advanced because I've already done 6 of them. So I would have 6 or 3 because of the weekly cap, right? So it's not that. So whatever it is, it would have taken me to the next mod to get enough neutron cores for the turn-in anyways. Because we have to remember that this is week 2 and 3. So attendance just goes to non-existence once you finish the campaign or something, right? Once the campaign is done. So at the moment, these things here, right, are just purely cosmetic as per usual. In practice, they're just purely cosmetic. And you just sit there looking for more tanks. Okay, so they need an experienced tank. A tank. Maybe. I mean, is there anything that shows that I'm experienced? No, probably not. But we'll just go for it anyways. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait if that person says one more time. It's only tanks. Like, every queue, it's always the tanks that leave. It's always the tank that needs to get filled. So perhaps a great example of tuning would be to decrease something about what the lieutenants can do and the commander. I think the guy is a high commander or the captain, what they can do to tanks specifically. It's usually the tanks. Like one example would be the purple stuff. You might be thinking, well, that's an AoE, it hits everyone. So yeah, but it's usually targeted underneath the tanks. And the tanks have to get out of it. It shreds a tank as well, so there's that. The blue beam from the lieutenants. The blue beam is a big one because tanks can point the blue beam at their players, which you just saw the last run. Point the blue beam away from the team. And then the commander stacking thing. Honestly, I would just remove the stacking thing. If we're gonna be super comes 4th or 5th week, just remove the stacking mechanic. Remove tank switching. Like let's think about this for a moment. If we're talking about mechanical understanding and mechanical needs, what where does tank swapping rank in the other mechanics? It's like incredible. It's on a different atmosphere. It's like in a different universe of requirements. What does pain giving require? Stop DPSing. That's the requirement. What does the healer require? Well, the healers are just at the mercy of everyone else, really. In the end, the healer is just at the mercy of everyone. But tank swapping is in a different universe. That is, stop DPSing. So if you're really suggesting that advanced mechanics require tank swapping and tank switching, then you might want to increase the window in which tanks can actually even swap. 4 to 5 stacks? I don't even think people know how many stacks they have when they're tank swapping. Still looking for a tank. I think we're done with this for today. It's a shame I can't really show the captain, right, today. Generally, I can't show any of that because of the lack of other. The player requirement is too high. Before anyone, you know, comes in and say, well, we cleared it with like 9 players. It's like, yeah, you cleared it with 9 players that isn't LFG with no communication. Alright, we'll try one more time. Sure. Alright, there's this one guy. The tank has to be experienced. I mean, I am experienced, but we'll see how experienced the other tank is. The other tank is really experienced, alright. Maybe that other tank will tell me when to switch. I don't know. Usually I just take it from them after 4 or 5 stacks. This person has the previous trial weapons. Masters what? Menzo Berzan one? I forgot what it's called. The Gizamine Reliquary? Something like that. Unless the guy wants to solo tank. It looks like that person knows how to solo tank. Oh no. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh no. This is never mind. This is the demon webs. This is the demon webs pit one. Never mind. Not that. As the Tiamat said. Haven't gone back to grabbing the Tiamat set, right? For standing still. Hey. Wait, this is advanced, right? Yeah, this is advanced. Fine. I have to switch. Oops, that's not the right one. That's where punishing charges. Two clerics. Okay. How much am I getting from this? 5% damage reduction. Yeah, 5% is okay. So we gotta remember to swap to Binding Oath at some point. Do we do double? No, we gotta remember to switch to smite too. Okay. Got to switch to smite and binding oath before getting on the bridge. Wonder. It's critical avoidance. No, it's the other way. Doesn't much. Very promising. Okay, that guy's got that guy on lockdown. This is more of the norm, where there's a incredibly defensive guy who's latching on to the lieutenant. Which is great, because that means I can grab all the stragglers. At least stun them from the approach. Oh, no. Someone went down. I'm not touching that lieutenant until we're ready. There's no way I'm gonna touch that corner lieutenant. What's that lieutenant called? Lieutenant Sniper? Or is that striker? Sniper, yeah. Freaking sniper. Okay, the other tank guy is going systematically one at a time. Okay, cool. I'm okay with this. I just gotta make sure the guys in the back don't get raffle stomped. And let the mage, or I mean let the wizard use their dailies. Hold them down long enough for the dailies. Was that a repel? What the freak? Alright. Looking good. One or two boo-boos. Not too bad. I guess one thing I can do for next week is try to get my hands on a Tiamat set. Or just buy it, I suppose. We can just buy it most of the time. And of course, someone jumped the stairs, deposited the attack onto the stairs. So that no one else could get up the stairs. You know, I wonder if you can line of sight the cannon by using the middle totem. Remember to switch, remember to switch. So someone went over there, it got bopped in the face instantly. And now half the people are over there. So are we going over there or what's... I don't understand. Okay, I see. It's the other tank. Fair enough. Guess that's the new thing. Should keep that in mind. If they leave, just leave. It doesn't look like it aggroes to it, so that's fine. I think at this rate, if that guy is just doing what I think they're doing, I'll try to take it every once in a while. I don't know. It's kind of hard when there's a guy like that. It's kind of hard to know what the guy wants to do. Alright, to swap encounters. Okay. Short. Still got res sickness on a few guys. Plenty of time. No. The pain is real. Oh. Rip. Oh. Nice. I was expecting me to get OTK'd there. Ow. I definitely need help now. I hope that guy swaps with me. Or not. Send help. I'm dead. Oh, no. Still alive. Can I swap? Please? Please? Send help. Send help. Send help. Oh! I'm at 9. I guess 9's okay. I need a swap, please. Oh, I'm so dead. Switch? Oh, now you say switch. Okay. Alright. Cool. Alright. That's fine. All good. Okay. Okay. Alright, good. Good. I'm okay. I'm all good for using one scroll. Even though I really thought that guy would switch with me just a wee bit sooner, but alright. It's fine. I guess 9 with no Tiamat is pretty okay. Although I didn't really stand still most of the time, so I guess that's one thing to keep in mind. It was okay. I got you after spectating so many spectating while healing so many tanks, because I was the Oathkeeper most of the time. I had to shield before that guy did the, what do you call it? The helm splitter? Before the guy did the helm splitter move, I got used to knowing when the helm splitter move was gonna come up. So I was using my tank abilities, my mitigation during the helm splitter. Or being ready for Helmslayer. Who's dead? Someone is dead? Wait, why is someone saying stop? What do you mean? It's not 4 bars yet. Oh, wait for the skulls? I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, that guy is way... That guy is alarmingly fragile right now. I'm a little scared. Does he want to swap? How many stacks? He's at 11 stacks. Do you want to switch? Okay, I'm switching. Let's go. Ow. Oh no. I fell in, dang it. Hold up. I accidentally got CC'd. That's unfortunate. Although I do have a stack on me. No, not again. Come on. Yeah, I'm too weak. So they're basically just like chilling to get rid of their skulls, but basically there's no way I can keep up this the whole time. And it's kind of annoying. Yep, this is the unrewarding aspect. I'm dead. There's no amount that can save me from this. Yeah, that guy has got this. I'm done. all the tank does is stall there for eternity, so that the DPS could be okay with attacking. So this is why the design, in my opinion, is one of the least rewarding for the tank. And it only takes 1 res sickness for me to not be able to tank that. Well, oh my gosh, they're not even at the 4 bars thing yet. So they still have to do the final lieutenant. Wait. Yeah, I do need the TMOD set. This is one of the situations where I said like Sentinel Slash could still offer you CC even if you don't have stamina to guard, because I obviously died 3 times in a row because I ran out of stamina. I can't really guard. The switch, basically, the late switch did me in. I can't survive too well with the stack. Oh heck, CC. Rip. Death. Well, I'm dead. I mean, it's not needed anymore, which is good, I suppose. Not needed anymore. 4 scrolls. This freaking scroll life. Guess we can see how much this thing is costing these days. Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. Oh, wait. But the rest of the stuff costs a lot, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that stuff is a travesty. Maybe not. I'll think about an alternative. Yep, there's your experience. We basically just waited until all the skulls faded, but it looks like the healer doesn't even bother scrolling most of the time. I see that they just wait for revives. Is that health bar accurate? Because if it is, then yeah, no chance. Also, stacks don't fall off on death. The Astral Blade wound. Wait, that fell off. I don't know what happened. No idea what happened. But there you go. I made an attempt. So I can probably do the early phase. Just the early tank phase. And then that's about it. Alright, you know what? Much as I wanna... Yeah. They're piecing out. I'm leaving too. No. That's good enough. It's just another one of those days. I want to say it's I want to say the novelty have worn off, but I think it's always been generally the same feel. It comes down to tank buster. It's constantly the tank buster. It's so rooted in their design. Every boss tank buster, every boss CC tank buster, CC tank buster. That's the stopgap on their design on how to make the tanking experience. No, nothing really much beyond that. CC tank buster. So if I got CC'd because I don't have enough stamina. Wishful thinking. What time? Yeah, I'm gonna swap it up. Today, it's a 5, you know. 5, we got the next artifact thing, which is constantly a debate because that experience, this is why that experience. The thing I just described, it happened to me, so that's the experience you get. If you are designing items that have a defensive response based on how low your HP is, that's the reason. That's 100% of my HP. So it's generally always been 100% of your HP. And this one, it doesn't even provide a damage bonus, right? Like a mitigation bonus, or and not even like a roll dependent bonus where it decreases your damage taken, something like that. Shielding is irrelevant when it comes to damage multipliers against you. Whatever. So that's a low point, but it's artifact sets tend to be a low point. And then I like the space elves and the space orcs on the planet. Which planet was it? That's familiar. The Bizonov? And then we had the very sussy water priest on the asteroid Amomia. Okay, there we go. We tried. It looked like it went well. One of the DPS died, but all the other ones were healthy. But clearly something else went down there, because it looked like they had a good clean takedown on the healer, the astro healer. And then I died because I already died for it. I already took the L multiple times. And then that was it. Something happened. They dealt like 5% damage somehow. I don't know what it was. Maybe it's because I died and then another lieutenant spawned or something. I don't know. Something happened. Okay. That's a wrap. Alright, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back. Alright. So, what happened last time? We finally got over some of the pocket circuit things, right? That took a while. Cleaned up the last of the platinum matches. Got a really fun throwback to Minamida, right? Minamida stuff. I had a throwback to all the final confrontations on Millennium Tower that Kiryu had. I think it was, or not necessarily on Millennium Tower, but lots of the old Yakuza legacy, right? I'm pretty sure Mine was one of them. Aizawa, Daigo. To name a few. Not all of them though. Ryuji, right? Goda. Those are the ones that I remember right off the top of my head. And then we encountered a pocket circuit thing again that I think we'll complete it today. And then we did the castle's cabaret. The castle cabaret. We met with Kokoro, which was the cook scene. Kaname, which was the pool, the indoor pool thing, and Ai, which was sussy bathtub scene. A very thirsty bathtub scene. Now we have 3. I thought there were only 2 at Castle, but I guess there are 3 at Castle. And then there are 2 at Club Heavenly. Kei and Au. Kei is the Keisun thing. We did do one time as part of the requirements. And then Au. So we'll save them for a bit. Let's figure out what we have to do for like Steam achievement, because we're kind of coming to the end here, and we don't necessarily have to 100% everything, so we'll dabble and see all the legacy stuff. I have yet to throw an enemy into the river with a spider gadget though, so let's see if we can do that. The pocket circuit thing, the stuff that we got stumped on, the time attack, that's also not required actually. It's just I wanted to do it to get gold on the ones. We'll probably keep doing it, trying to get the 100, because now we're up to date, so there's plenty of time between now and then. There's a sub story here. Oh, and Amon, we still have Amon left. Right, money. Kind of irrelevant now. So adventures. Oh no. We don't need anything from the store, do we? We're already maxed on these things. I guess I can grab these. No reason to not do. Yeah, we have the 4 pocket circuit beeps. I think everything here is completed, yeah. Okay. I really don't know where the Onomichio thing is. What was this? Oh, the snag machine. This is the kid that hides. What was this? Oh, the breathe fire, summon lightning, and one is poisonous. The photo hunt. And Amon is somewhere here. I don't quite We fought the Rumble Amon. Huh. Yeah, I have no idea where the Ono Michio figurine is. Probably UFO catcher. It is probably UFO catcher. It's not in any of the stores. Right now we're gonna try to throw someone off the bridge, I guess. Have still not located all the keys somehow. What is this guy? Is this guy another pocket circuit guy? Yep. Wow. There are a lot of pocket circuit rivals. Quiz guy. Hold up. I'm still missing 3 keys. Another one? Let's see if anyone, let's see if anyone really knows. Probably at this point, right? What? How did I miss that? What? Okay. Fair enough. Okay, I see how I could miss that one though. Is it really not labeled here? No. Alright, before we do that, let's try to throw someone off the bridge. There we go. Hey guys. Come on. Over here. Wrong style. I did it. That's it. That's all we needed to do. That's it. That's it. Wasn't too bad. I remembered that if you pull directly back, he kind of lifts the guy, so that's what we did. All right. That's not that one. Is it this one? How did I miss this one? Oh, it is back here. Dang. Okay. Fair enough. There's no reason to get these coin lockers. Quiz guy. Just, I like it. Alright, quiz guy. What do we have? Nightlife. I'm a sucker for karaoke. Nothing best than singing your heart. Uh-huh. Okay, there's a certain karaoke bar in Shofukucho with a woman's name. It's called New Momoko's. Classic. Flap. Don't even need to see the multiple choice. Momo goes. I missed the key in here. Which makes sense. Okay. And there's one place that I didn't visit with the contact lens. The Coliseum lobby. There it is. I got this after saving, or before saving. I remember that, and then didn't come back to get it after reloading. What did you do? Oh, just a gambling match guy. Okay. So let's look at what other things. What else can we do? Play at the casino and gambling hall at the castle. All right. Let's go VIPing. Oh, that's not a TP. This is a TP. We have cheat items, so we just gamble once. I don't think we need any more. There aren't any things that we would trade for. So let's just use our cheat items. Go up to the VIP. Alright. This place is really nice. Look at the how thematic it is. The two sides. Gotta love the red and blue complements, right? Alright, the table. Poker. Let's go. Requires 10,000. Wait, do I have 10,000 chips? Oh. We go buy 10,000 chips. It would be pretty awesome if Kiryu just pull up to that grand piano and just flex. Still one at a time, I see. This hasn't changed. Not being able to buy multiple stacks at the same time. I don't know how many chips we bought. 8,000, 9,000, 10,000. Hey, we're all set. Okay. It's the same guy's voice. For all of them. Yep. We'll just play win or not win or lose, but we'll just use our item. Call it a day. Wow, that's a lot of money. Their stacks are so high. Do they have? Okay. Can you push them? Does their eternal logic? Oh yeah, their eternal logic is just a call. No raising. Oh, that sucks. That's fine. Yes. I didn't mean to check. Why? Okay, whatever. Fine.
Full card.
Wow, that was really loud. Yeah, whatever. We're not here to make money, obviously. Ooh, play 10 mini games. Alright, we have a cheat item over here too. Blackjack. At least I think. So let's farm for one. They did finally update some of the stuff. Doesn't look as washed out, but let's see if the cards are still washed out though. Yeah, the cards are still washed out. Let's play a hand and try to get
Split. Hit. Hit. Stand up. Hit.
Okay. Rip. Wow, you didn't win anything in that game.
Hit.
Okay, I said I wouldn't, but I'm going to. That's just lame. Pretty lame. Let's see the blackjack first. I didn't check the store, but let's check the store. Am I already upstairs? I'm unsure if I need items from. Oh, I saved before going downstairs. Okay, we can check the item store now. Maybe we just buy it. By exchanging it. Do we have anything that we need? 40,000 chips? We need 40,000 chips. Yep. 40,100. Oh, that's gonna take a really long time if we do it this way. Okay, this is 10 times. Back upstairs. 40,000 for a card, for a car body. Not here to gamble, here to maximize. Not a requirement, we're not gonna do it. Just need to chain into a second. Nah, screw you. Okay. Easy as that. Still no loading directly into the game. That's still a hot feature. That was in Yakuza 0. Unless I missed it. I'll take a better look the next time. Amazing 12 though.
Hit.
Amazing any button but any card but a 10. Yeah, there's no way to reload. It's still such an odd thing. Only Yakuza 0 got a reload. As of recent. I guess it was the old engine. Let me guess, 9.
Hit. Hit.
Can't win with a 6. Can't win with a 16. Usually the house is incredibly favored. I don't know if you can get like 30k from this. You can only get what is it? 2,000 plus 6,000, I guess. Have to win the first though for the multiplier. I guess we can split this.
スプリットスタンドヒットヒットヒットスタンド
The house cheats. That's all you can say. And when I mean cheat, I mean they just roll higher. It's not really cheating, but you can't ever tell. They just statistically roll higher most of the time. You need a 20 plus most of the time. And they usually push. It's so far less common to have any denominator shorter. Right. If that's a 19 probably.
ヒットスタンド
Oh. I'll be surprised. I'll take it. That's one of the rare buffs. Yeah. This one we're just gonna take the oh, we have a bust one as well. Pretty sure you can only use one item still.
Stand
Stand with 13. Okay. It's actually just faster tapping and exchanging for the direct chips exchange. I was thinking maybe this might be slightly faster. Kind of exciting. Blackjack me. Dang it. Kind of exciting, you know?
Stand.
Yep. I can't tell you how often that happens. Like 20? No, you need 21. And if at most you get pushed. Happens so often.
Hit. Stand.
That's surprising. Okay. No, now we're going 3. We're going 3. Blackjack me. Oh. Dang it.
Stand.
I could have split. Oh, okay. There. Oh, that's right. We do have it. Completion stuff. Let's use the blackjack amp. This made it faster. This basically made it faster because the payout is 3-2 on a blackjack.
Blackjack. You.
Oh no, it doesn't. It actually is not that much. I took it back. Not that much. All right. Okay. Just spend hard-earned cash. Get the parts we want. I don't know why they don't change how faded the cards are, the card assets. Really? Fine, take my 500. I want all of them to be in the game. Would I low pair this? Not a chance. Yeah, no low pair. Yeah. Sure. Now I used the item. Really? Are you serious? Okay. Raise? More raise? Really? More raise. Do it. I dare you. Okay. That's good enough for me. We got the 40k. Clap. 40k and 100 left over. Easy clap. Not here to show off. Just here to buy stuff. Give me this stuff. Yoink. We get to show off. We get to show off that body soon enough. Not his body, but you know, the pocket circuit body. The car body. I mean, Kiryu's bod is pretty good, but... Alright. Is there something here? The decal and another body. I thought I had a devil killer. Is this not the same body? How's this different? So what do we need? 2700. A little over 10k. How much to play in the VIP area?
Oh.
No requirements. Interesting. Nah, we don't need that many. So, how many can we buy? 1,000 tags? Oh, this is so much faster just to buy the tags, huh? Alright, let's take these 5,000 to see what we get. I do like Koi Koi though. Koichukabu, not so much. No, Koi Koi is fun.
Oh.
Oh, I have two things. Yeah, sure. Oh, and you have to decide to use it before you start the game. See. Oh, at the dealer. Guaranteed. Wait, what did I play? Oh, I played the triple thing, right? Give me all your points. Make like a bandit and go. Okay. There's our achievement for playing at the casino and the gambling hall. Just make like a bandit. You're guaranteed to be the dealer. It seems. And then I screw up. Oh, it prevents you from quitting now. That's kind of funny. I accidentally hit the wrong button. That kind of sucks. It prevents you from quitting out, which was a oversight, I feel, or lost judgment. So you can quit out before you lose. I accidentally hit it, double confirm on my A button. That happens because my A button's kind of double actuating already. Yeah, I think you're guaranteed dealer.
Oh.
He's so loud. He cute, so loud.
これだろ。
これだ。
これだろ。
ドシッピ。
Give me all your points. That is a heck a ton of points. What the heck, dude? It's so unbelievable how many points you get in Oichukabu on your cheat items. The casino is such a jip, man. Alright. As much as I want to play Koi Koi, we're just gonna use our lucky Hanafuda card and call it a day. Let's change the settings. Bet higher. Oh wait, we do have to play the other 2 rounds actually. We do have to play the other 2 rounds. It only guarantees 1 hand.
手加減しないぜ。
Or not guarantees, but yeah. Oh, it does. Okay. Wait, maybe not. How do I get? You can still lose, like to an extraordinarily lucky and.
月見酒。
Boy.
来い。
That didn't match up, really.
Cuss.
Boy.
来い。
I need 7 plus.
Cuss. Shun.
Nah, Koi.
参考。
Okay.
Cuss.
Nah.
Koi.
Koi again.
赤タン。Cuss. 種。Cuss.
Okay, 52 points is good.
You.
勝負はこれからじゃ。
And now we have to not lose, like horrendously. Okay. Just get an early poetry. Yeah, early poetry ribbon. Okay.
Done.
Yep. Call it a day.
You.
Next round. Go for another cheap poetry ribbon. Oh, we can get a good ribbon. Good poetry. I have the other one in my hand. Or a deer or butterfly as well. We need to find where the butterfly is though. Oh no. That person could get a moon viewing beforehand. Let's just take the red poetry ribbons and call it a day. Yeah, that. Okay. Flap. 11,000 points. I wonder if that was enough to do all the tasks. Possibly. What was the points for casino? Yep, Koi Koi and Oichukabu was only 10,000. Ooh, poker's a lot though. Yikes. It's cumulative. So you just go back and just play until you get it. Alright. There we go. Ooh, the floor is nice. I love the floor. Okay. All right. Let's exchange. Give me this, and this, and this. Pleasure of doing business. Alright, next task, Excuse me. Let's, what else we got? Defeat Amon, we'll do that eventually. Complete all the hostesses at Club Heavenly, we'll do that today. Bond completely with Jodoyu clan, 10 of them. So I'm guessing it doesn't count the DLC characters. That's why we still haven't done 10. Well, let's do that. There isn't much left, really. The rest is purely on our own whim. So I guess we'll have closing remarks today. I gotta get ready mentally how to do my closing remarks, actually. I wasn't planning on doing my closing remarks for this game today. I'll try doing my best. Best I can. We'll save it for next time. We'll save it for next time. There's plenty of little activities to do still. I need to bond, right? So it also means so these guys, where's the bond? Okay. So I want to remove Saejima. Who else can I bond with? We're gonna use this guy. He's at 2 already. Kaito is actually part of the base game, so I'm assuming he counts. Although we can trade anyone out, really, at this point. So who can I replace Kaito with? Ryuji? Yeah. Little Goldo? Yeah, Sheepman, right? Are you level 3? You are level 3. What about Chicken Guy? Or Gary Buster Holmes? You're level 2? Okay. I feel like I've done 10. It might be 9. I know why it's so loud. It feels like the sound effects reset. Sheepman's cartwheel, the flip kick. I need to lower the sound effects. The sound effects are a little bit high. No. Maybe this will help? Yeah, I have no idea how to get... So this last one is ridiculous. Pretty dumb. Beat him up. Okay. It's still really loud. There it is. Yeah, we were just one member short. Only one member short. You know, now I kinda want to know if I can get this clear. Let's find out. What did we use here? That was just a sub. I feel like I can get this one. What does it look like? Oh, maybe not. I couldn't even get through that, dude. That's not what I meant to do. There goes all my gauge. Oh, okay. We did it. 7 seconds left. I think this combination is pretty okay. I feel like I need, I'm going to need heat for the last one. So let's just see how close we are on the last one. Yep, just getting non-stop hit stun for days.
So,
Nope, couldn't get it. It was pretty close. I needed more heat. Yeah, more heat makes it feasible. Is everyone maxed? Almost. Beatman's almost maxed. So, oh. Wait. Oh, it's 2 minutes. Oh, no, never mind. We did get it. It's 2 minutes. Not a minute and a half. Alright, cool. We did it. That wasn't too bad. Okay. So. All good in the neighborhood from there. So let's take a look. Castle. Right. We did that. Coliseum, check. Food. Which is the bar. Oh, what the heck is this? What? Wait. Hold up. The perfect souvenir for giving this companion will increase your bond. Oh, bond items. Oh. I didn't realize you didn't even need to, okay. Famous Castle Bowl. What is that? What is that? What? It kind of looks like intestine. Or, it really does, doesn't it? Huh. Alright. Hit me up. Fine. It says it's another darts potential. All our recruiting is done. There's another serving place. Okay. Yep, Mr. Masochist. Yeah, give me all the bubblies. The best. The best bubblies. Wait, hold up. Y'all seem to... Oh, dang it. I totally skipped the scene, but it looks like there was a little cutscene for everyone, everyone sharing the champagne. So the bubbly was for the guys, for the peeps. Fair enough. I totally wasn't expecting that. Okay. So we pieced out. Check. Castle, check. Boutique, check. We did pick up everything at the boutique. Gambling hall, casino, check. That's it. That's it for Osaka Castle. Look at this beautiful place. Unreal. Oh, there's Amon. Oh, Amon is here. We'll hold on to Amon for a bit. Pocket circuit. Actually, darts. Or maybe that was the only darts thing. Why is alcohol -1? I don't know what that means. That must be an error. Pocket circuit perfectionist. That's one of our tasks, pretty sure, that we have to complete. All the tournaments. Win against all the rivals. Sure. Play golf 3 more times. Competitive freaking virtual fighter. 20 matches. Win with all the characters. Just like once. Okay, we already tried these out, so it's all good. Viper 2 is kind of a surprise. And then Sega Racer, for sure. Darts. Oh, yeah, okay. Wow, there are a lot of players. I just want to see what the different darts do. And then there's the pool. And then the 2 cabarets. Yep. That's your might. Oh. Okay. Man, this checklist is not too bad. Not too shabby. In fact, the checklists aren't even comprehensive as well. Oh, and we have to play the mini game in the Master System. Let's see what the darts do. Get the rest of the locker key. The lockers. Oh, you can't even... Oh, you can't even redeem the stuff that you have too many of. I see. Alright, well... I wonder how Amon is with this stuff. I'm scared of Amon if you can do this stuff with Kiryu. Alright, let's grab all the health we can. Let's see that health bar go up. This has the Yakuza 0 feel, you know? Get all that money. A pretty big health bar. Okay, that's the rest of that. Heat gauge auto charge at low health. The final spider upgrade. What is this? Is this like an Amon related thing? Like, how do you get this one thing? It's me. You master all the exactly what I'm... Oh! That must be it. Okay. Before we do that, let's see what games are available on the Master System. We're just gonna start them and stop them because we have tried all the Master System games from Lost Judgment, and it was a really long list. Let's see what they included. Maybe one day we'll go back and be like, yeah, let's get good at one of these. The one that we I have most experience with is that fantasy land thing. I played this. Yeah, Maze Hunter 3D. Penguin Land. Oh yeah, this is the pushing thing, right? Yeah, yeah. Fantasy Zone. This is the one we have the most experience with. This was added at Lost Judgment, the sequel. Galaxy 4. This is new. I'll have to try this. We're missing one. Oh, this one was weird. Did we play this one? Yes, we did play this one. And this one. Oh, we're missing 3 Master Systems games. Where are they? Which one am I missing? Flicky? Quartet. Oh, I didn't buy it from the casino. Oh, I don't have enough. Oh, okay, okay. Quartet is from the casino. Global Defense. Oh, I missed those two. Those two are from the gambling stuff. I'm still missing one, though. A game called Global Defense. I think I remember that one. Quartet, I'm not sure which one that is. That doesn't look like it's the whole list. Okay. I'm missing Flicky. Oh, Flicky, Quartet. And Global Defense. Okay. Hold up. You know, and Flicky is weird. And I'm kind of surprised I didn't get it before. I've got to exchange for the 2 items at the casino. Well, I guess you get a smoke break, Kiryu. Sure. Yep. Does he ever finish the drag? Oh, he does. He does finish the drag. Okay. So apparently... it's here somewhere. Sorry, buddy. You really gotta watch what kind of fight, who you pick a fight with, you know? So it's down here somewhere. Yep. Aim at the guy on the ground, but not the guy in front of you. What the heck? What? What? They what? Is it the other side? Do I already have this? That's the Kiryu I know. Aim at not the target in front of you. That is definitely him. Oh, there it is. I see it. Nowhere to run, guys. Yoink. One last visit to the gambling hall and the casino. Oh, that's what the sub-story indicator is for. It's for a moan right there. So Amon only required you to do all the Colosseum stuff, not all the sub-quests or sub-story this time around. So not like all of Akame stuff. Kinda generous. Here it is.
ありがとうございました。
いらっしゃいませ。
There it is.
いらっしゃいませ。
We did it. We completed our SEGA Master System collection. All of this is for legacy in the future. Because we have cloud saves, right? So if we ever revisit or something somewhere down the line. Oh, right. Mizorogi. Last catalog? Okay. There it is. Absolutely. Good guy. Good guy, Mizurugi. It kinda really does look like Sodachi in a way. Here it is. What is it? Heat action. Daidoji Master. While in extreme heat mode with RT, with right trigger, press RB and Y near multiple. Interesting. I want to know what that is. Let's try it out. We gotta try this out before we head to Pocket Circuit. And then the Cabaret Club. Pocket Circuit, then Cabaret Club. Good day. Oh. Photograph like the fire snake. Is it all in one? It's gotta be this. It has to be like this guy right here. Oh no, wait. Hold up. Hold up. So the dragon, this guy, poison. Oh, Fugu. Fugu is poison. It's this area. A dragon. This. How do I take it? Oh. Here it is. Wow. Let's get into steel. There you go. Anything else? Final mission. In the southern part of Shofukucho, there's a charming cafe with outdoor seating. Oh, I know where that is. It's right next to Akame's place.
Oh.
The question is, can I play with... Oh, I can. Oh, I need to find all the players. Well, let's play with Akame. We're still missing some darts? What the heck? Alright, let's use... Let's use the rose. Right? These are pretty standard. Standard cricket.
上流には負けへんで。
手加減しないぜ。
Game on.
That rose, though. Oh, rip.
Three more.
Wow.
One mark.
This is gonna be a long game, man. These roses aren't cutting it. Single. Gosh darn it.
Five more.
That sucked. Stop it.
Two marks.
Shut that down, Akame. I don't like it. Rip. Dang it. Alright, let's just score some points.
Two more.
This doesn't input where I think it does.
One mark.
The rose just blocks your view. Oh, wow. That was so delayed. It was unbelievable how delayed that was. Points. We're on the board.
Five more.
I love the new board.
Five more.
Huh. We're playing this for mode credit here. Lock her out. Knock it all out.
Seven bars.
Okay.
Two marks.
Oh. Next time. Oh, they give you little prizes. Fair enough. Alright, that's good enough. That's good enough. Pocket circuit. Let's just trounce all the rivals, right? I'm very seasoned now. So seasoned. We're definitely using the what do we have? This butthead? What are you? Sadly, his success comes with sacrifice. For years, he's been so utterly absorbed that his girlfriend eventually left him. Yikes! Oh, one is the super devil killer. I see. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the super devil looks fantastic. Let's use the cool striker. What is this? Dynamic loops. Okay. We're gonna use slim tires, metal frame. Actually, speed frame. Speed motor, of course. Speed gears. High capacity. Balance is almost max. That's good enough. United size suspension at the cost of heavy weights, or just rubber it up. Yeah, just rubber it up. We have no grip, huh? Just soften it up. This should be good enough, right? We're good, right? Yeah. Get out of my face. Who needs 45 points anyways? Gotta go fast. Celebrate. Kitty. This is the victory lap. Whoa, those contacts. Those white contacts really show. My car was supposed to be perfect. Well, not perfect enough, man. That just lit a fire under his butt. That kid will be okay. It's fine. I don't think we have to take out all the rivals. That's not a requirement. After sharing his hobby of pocket circuit racing with his girlfriend, she immediately outpaced him and he lost any chance at victory. Oof. Yeah, true to his innately positive nature, he takes this as evidence of his own talent for spotting talent. Oh, that's kind of cute. Still 35 points. Let's go. Oh, this track was the bane. The time attack on this was so hard. It's okay. We'll catch up eventually. It's all good.
ルな戦いだよ。トップに食らいつこう。ブロックカーブだ。
まだ終わら
レースの後半戦に突入。ついに上流君がトップへ。
悪くねえな。
上流君トップの座を明け渡してしまった。
いけるぞ。
サーキットには魔物が潜んでいる。気を抜かないでね。
Okay, alright, let's get some help here.
上流君の気合がマシンに伝わっているようだよ。ギリギリのところで耐え抜いた。ついに上流君がトップへ。いよいよファイナルラップ。ご覧ください。この加速に全てをかけていく。
That was a little close. A little bit closer than I would like. Celebrate, Kitty. Celebrate. Yep, yep. My eyes never lie. Oh, you're taking credit for Kitty as well? I see. I mean, that's one way to go about it, you know? Next one, next one. Oh, that's right. We haven't even raced Akame. Let's go. 35 points. We're fine.
久しぶりにポケサを始めたら注目の上流くん熱いレースのレディー少し出遅れたかな。
いい調子だ。
安定した走りでコースを駆け抜けているね。
止められねえぞ。
何が起こるかわからないのがポケサーだよ。
いけるぞ。
Don't need to make any changes yet. I have an extra 10 points. Rip. I think my car almost fell over. What the heck? Like right there. Not enough acceleration. Live it up, Kitty. Side stripes. Huh. East Sotenberg Street. Okay. Cabaret Grand? What are you? Oh, we got some big rivals. What the heck? There are still more rivals? Oh man. What are you? Whatever you're into, be serious about it. It says, oh wait, is this the father of the two? He won't shy from telling you that he's probably got the most raw talent of any. Alright, buddy. Hold up. I totally forgot. We got the... Oh, this is a classic pattern. That's the side stripes, though. We gotta wear this for Akame. Oh, you can adjust that. I don't like this purple. Yeah, let's stick with it. Oh, which one is this? 45 points? I don't think we can win this with the setup we have, but let's just do it anyways. Holy fast. Yeah, we need more acceleration.
飛ばないように要注意だよ。
そろそろ本気出すか。
Way more
レ
acceleration.
ースが終わるまで結果はわから
そ
ないよ。
ろそろ本気出すか。
コースアウトには気をつ
まだ
けてね。
終わらない。
レースが終わるまで結果は
Okay. Torque. Torque it up.
コースターにようこそ。
This should be good enough.
ドラマチコーチカレディー。
やるか。スタート。
飛び出した。
いまいちだ。
安定した走りでコースを駆け抜けているね。上流君
Keep it close.
トップの座を明け渡してしまった。
そろそろ本気出すか。
まあ、おっとついに上流君が
やるじゃん。先行くぜ。
さあ周囲に踊り出たのは上流君のマシン。
We're going through the loop now.
上流君のマシン豪快な走りで一回転だ。
止められ
ト
ねえぞ。
ップを走り続けている。レースも後半戦に突入。
カスタマイズが良かったな。
ブロックカーブだ。足元をすくわれないようにね。安定した走りでコースを駆け抜けているね。
悪くね
レースが終わるまで結果はわからないよ。いよいよファイナルラップだ。ここで
えな。フルスロットルだ。
この加速に全てをかけていく。このままではコースアウトしてしまう堂々の一致。さ
Lap.
すがの強さだね。激しい一騎打ちの勝者となったのは上流君。
Get wrecked.
俺の勝ちだ。
There it is. Yeah. Oh, that's where you get the other engine, a motor. What the heck, dude? You still get parts from the
コースター
rivals.
にようこそ。
Alright. High speed hostess. A woman of many faces. Sure. Relieved by racing. Alright. We got a new motor. Holy. Okay. What is this? I don't think we need that much acceleration. Let's
ド
go.
ラマチックなレースをいつコースにそびえ立つ。
It's fine,
さっ
right?
きそこのパーツショップで買ってマシンを組み立て。注目の上流君。まもなくスタートだよ。レディー。
It's fine. Right?
少し出遅れたかな。
そろそろ本気出す。
このまま最後まで走り切れるかな。
まだ
トッ
終わらない。
プスピードで駆け抜けよう。ジャンプゾーンが襲いかかる。
Need more acceleration.
そろそろ本気出すか。
このまま最後まで走り切れるかな。
いまいちだ。
コースアウトには気をつけてね。
Maybe not?
いけるぞ。
このまま最後まで走り切れるかな。
Catching up.
そろそろ本気出
足
すか。
元をすくわれないようにね。勝負はまだまだわからない。駆け抜けて。
そろそろ本
レース
気出すか。
も後半戦に突入。
I haven't seen this track. I don't remember this track at all.
コースを駆け抜けているね。
I think this is one of the tracks I haven't played yet.
華麗にクリア。
いまいちだ。
レースが終わるまで結果はわからないよ。
早いな。
何が起こるかわ。
Nah, we need more acceleration.
ありが。コースターにようこそ。
Hey? It should be good enough.
このコースこう漫画注目のジョまもなくレディー。
やるか。
ちゃうわよ。
スタート。
勢いよく飛び出した。まだ
いけるぞ。
安定した走りでコースを駆け抜けているね。
カスタマイズが
飛びすぎ
良かったな。
注意だよ。このまま最後まで走り切れるかな。 何が起こるかわからないのがポケサーだよ。このまま最後まで走り切れるかな。トップは渡さないという気合が伝わるよ。レースも後半戦に突入。お願い。
なかなかやるな。
このまま最後まで走り切れるかな。安定した車両で昇竜くん華麗にクリア。
悪くねえな。
安定した走りでコースを駆け抜けているね。いよいよファイナルラップだ。順調な走りを見せている。トップでゴール。
俺の勝ちだ。
激しい一騎打ちの勝者となったのは昇竜くん。
Live it up.
俺の勝ちだ。
Anything? Oh, you're not gonna give me any fantastical parts.
コースターにようこそ。
Okay. There's so many rivals. Old gentleman decided to try his hand at the hobby, and he was never able to pursue as a youngster. No, I can empathize with that. Man. Okay. I think the winner in terms of design is this one. I really like this guy. Although it doesn't quite work with the rainbow wings. I like that decal too. So nice. What do we have? I don't remember what grip does. I'll just go full stop now, right? Full stop. Except for sides. No sides. Oh, rip. You know what? Maybe the grass part doesn't matter. Are we fasting now for the grass part? Oh, it's only 4. Oh, yeah. Not even the grass part. Spike tires are overrated. Nailed it. All this extra points and nothing to spend it on. No problem. We're almost at level 30. I think level 30 is the... I think level 30 is the cap. Alright. And then rival her bronze. 4 lap jumps. No, I think we're good.
多くのマシンが戦いを挑んできたこのコース。マシンが斜めに走るのがウォールゾーンだよ。
行くぜ。俺のスーパーデビル。
この時を待っていたよ。注目の上流くんは、あ、それレディー。私の走りについてこられるかな？
No contest. Oh, there's a grass section. Nah, to heck with grass sections. The music though. That's a little scary. Oh no. No, wait. I can go too fast? Oh no. Okay, there's a speed limit. There's definitely a speed limit. We need to gear down. Maybe go with torque. And spike. Don't want to bounce off. Oh, it's only 4 laps. I didn't even check that. Yeah, it's only 4 laps. I thought it was 8. I think this is fine. Okay, yeah. Good enough. She had a turbo. I heard that she used a turbo. Okay. Cakewalk. There it is. Come on. Dude, Giryu's been pocket circuit racing before you were born, probably. Your master? Wait, is Fujisawa coming back? Really? By being you unlock the core setting? Oh, okay. Oh, new parts. Wait. Oh, the regular dragon. The ultimate? Oh, okay. I was wondering where all the points are for. Alright, now we can enter. We won't do the rest of the rivals. It's fine. It's Let's do the last cups. Joryu's cup? Oh, you can make your own circuit. 5 circuits, nice. Alright, professional. Okay. Yep, let's go with this. I really like this design. What was the point cost? 55? There we go. Oh, I see a slowdown. Actually, I want that slowdown, right? We've learned quite a lot over the time trials, so we're actually not going to use spike tires deliberately to slow down. And yeah, rubber is good. Super Devil Killer! Okay. Oh no. It's moving a little too fast. That's scary. Okay. Maybe it was a fluke. Okay. Excuse me. Piece of cake. Officially a pro. Okay. Next circuit. They're jabbing at each other. Ron was making fun of the shopkeeper for being a little tubby. Just a little tubby. Okay. I do want spike tires for this one.
ドラマチックなレースをこのコースの主役
頼んだぜ俺のスーパーデビルキラー
パーツ大人注目のカウントダウンがレディー緊張してきた少し出遅れたかな
Wow, that guy's fast. What the heck? Oh my gosh, the dude was so fast. Okay. the clap. Okay. We need fast batteries. Just need fast batteries. That's all that's required. Won't even need boost. Just we might be going a little too fast with fast batteries. Let's crush this guy. Oh no! It's too fast. Oh no. This is what I worry about. It's too fast. Stay on the track. Okay. Get out of my town. Okay. What else are you gonna tell me? Oh, no, nothing? Huh. Last one, Grandmaster Cup. That's a lot of turning. Lots of turning. Ooh, can you fall off there? Probably soft. We're going with metal. Improve corning speed. Probably rocket. And then that's good. All max. Oh no, it's gonna fly off the track. How many laps is this? 12? I fear it's gonna fly off the track, but we'll see. Maybe we even put stabilizers on. Okay, let's see.
ドラマチックなレースをいつも見せてくれる。またコースにそびえ立つ巨大なルー
Let's
プ。
hear it.
パワーとスピード
Super
で
Devil
突破しよう。
Killer.
俺のスーパーデビルキラー
Devil
挑戦
Killer.
者のマシンは友達と組み上げた注目のみんな。
Maybe we don't need acceleration. We'll see.
少し出遅れたかな。
そろそろ本気出すか
マシンがうなりを上げている。
It's 12 laps.
そろそろ本気出すか
But we'll see. Because we're getting a little air time, which is not great.
そろそろ本気出すか
マシンがうなりを上げている。
なかなかやるな
ここでループゾーンだ。上流君のマシン豪快な走りで一回転だ。コースアウトを
This didn't work out the way I thought it was gonna.
早いな
マシンがうなりを上げている。レースの後半戦に突入。このまま行くで。安定した走りでコースを駆け抜けているね。このまま行くで。やってしまった。
Wait, what? Oh, I got lapped. Okay. Alright, I guess
コースターにようこそ。
we need more acceleration. Sure. You got me.
この子やちょレディー少し出遅れたかな。
Wow, did they just abandon ship?
逆転へのブーストだ。
そろそろ本気出すか
走り切れるかな。上流君のマシン豪快な走りで一回転だ。
Wow, they really do be abandoning ship. Holy heck.
コースターにようこそ。
That's reckless abandon. Alright, sure. I got you. Actually, do we even need the downforce? That jump is kind of sus, though. Okay.
このコースかレディー
やるか
少し出遅れたかな。マシンがうなりを上げている。レースが終わるまで勝負に出る。逆転へのブーストだ。このまま行くで。飛びすぎ注意だよ。
終わらね
足元をすくわれないよう
まだ
にね。
終わらね
最後まで諦めないでね。
いけるぞ
レースが終わるまで結果はわからないよ。上流君のマシン豪快な走りで一回転だ。レースも後半戦に突入。
いまいち
Okay. So,
コースターにようこそ。
we can, also swap out for Slim Profile. Let's see if we can stay on the track.
ドラマチコイカレディー
やるか
スタート。勢いよく飛び出した。
早いな
みんなの熱気を。
先行くぜ
上流君のマシン猛攻を仕掛ける。
なかなかやるな
まだわからんで。上流君のマシンが抜かれてしまったよ。おっと
先行くぜ
上流君抜いた。
なかなかやる全開で行くぜ
逆転へのブーストだ。ハイレベルな戦いだよ。トップに食らいつこう。
カスタマイズが良かったな
上流君のマシンが追い上げを見せる。さあ宙に戻り出たのは上流君のマシン。
Dang, this is a tight race.
カスタマイズの成果を存分に発揮しよう。もはや
いい調子だ。
And then there were none.
かわしてくれよ。安定した着地で上流君華麗にクリア。このまま行くで。いよいよファイナルラップだ。何が起こるかわからないのが
いい勝負だったぜ。
Get wrecked.
勝者は上流君だ。おめでとう。
俺の勝ちだ。
ありがとうございました。
Oh, no, I do have to do all the rival, things. What did this say? Or did I already do it? Oh wait, I already did it, huh? Wait, you didn't need to finish all of these? Really? Oh, you didn't? Weird. Complete all matches with unlock. Oh, you only need to unlock the master circuits. Just unlock it, not actually complete it. Oh, that's so generous. All right, well there you go. Pocket circuit. Starting to feel a little bit of I think we're gonna try to do all the activities just as a legacy thing, maybe. Like, what is this? Photography? Gourmand, okay. We have the Cabaret Club and Amon, so we'll try to end the day with Amon. And then do like a victory lap-ish. We're still gonna play this game again when the dub hits. And we'll do some closing remarks. I want to complete all of Akame's stuff. Oh, you're the rival. The kid. The kiddo. I still have to get that Ono Michio figurine. But let's go to Club Heavenly. And see what Kei and Ayu are like. Oh, that's not the that's not the Cabaret Club. It's on the other side of Sho Fukucho. We can take a picture of that cute cafe though as well. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Anyway, coming through. I said I'm coming through. It's this cafe. Pretty convinced. Yep. Okay. This way. Let's grab our perfume. Head in. Alright. So we already know she's Japanese American. That's the only thing we got from her first interaction, I think. I don't remember the other details.
ませ。何がいいですか？
Black champagne. Make it rain.
はい。お願いします。Cheers! 乾杯!
That looks like the same liquid as 2 of the hostesses in castle at the castle. Clothing of choice.
上流さんはスーツ以外だとどんな格好してるんですか？
I only wear suits. I have a lot of monk robes. My birthday suit. Whoa.
スーツしかない。
本当に？めっちゃスーツ大好きなんすね。
The Kansai dialect?
蒼天堀ではみんな関西弁話すんで、時々何言ってるかわかんない時があるんですよね。
Just go with the flow. Sometimes even I don't understand. Empathy?
日本人でもわからない時がある。
そうだったんですね。英語も地域によって全然違いますから。
That's true about English. Not even gonna beat around the bush. English is sometimes the internet constitutes as a
スト
different
リ
English.
ーマーってわかります？
She is playing herself. Like she's not something you use to get creases out of clothes. Someone who run around naked outside. Whoa. Someone who do live
ライ
broadcasts.
ブ動画の配信者だろう。
さすが上流さん、何でも知ってますね。そう、私実はライブ配信とかしてるんですよ。
Yeah, she's role playing as herself, which is really
上
cute.
流さんだけです。
Yeah, she's role playing as herself to some extent.
また来てくださいね。
That's cute. They get to sort of low key talk about herself. And she's talking to Kiryu, right? She's acting to Kiryu. She's a fan.
上流さん、お待ちしてました。動画配信してると常に次何しよっかなって悩むんですよね。
Okay.
上流さんだったらどういう配信したいと思います？
It's kind of okay, but let's play. That fourth wall break. Fighting? Kind of okay, for sure.
カラオケ配信だな。
なるほど、その声なら人気出ちゃうかも。
Oh, he certainly will.
上流さん。
Actually,
何がいいですか？
Actually, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure of the actual Kiryu, right? The actor streams at all. Like what I mean is did a like an interview or a YouTube video or something of him singing, right? The actual song. Like I feel like somewhere along the line they have to have gotten him to sing Bakamitai at some point. So it's not really far-fetched.
はい。お願いします。
That's a good question.
Cheers! 乾杯!
It's kind of like a... This is kind of surreal because she represents something that is almost incredibly adjacent to what we're doing now. So it's like an inception moment. Hairstyles.
そういえば、女性の髪型ってどういうの好きですか？
I guess long. Kind of looks like she has long hair.
Long hair だ。
Long hair だ。
So, Joryu-san loves long hair. Okay.
English.
嬉しいって意味ですよ。
That's so okay. I really like it when people speak multiple languages when they're conversing, because it's like the norm for me. So that's just a coincidence though. It's a coincidence. Not that I speak Japanese, English, but speak English to other things a lot of times.
私、酔うと結構おしゃべりになっちゃうんですけど、ジョリュウさんはどうです？
He gets sad and he falls asleep. There's a couple of times he just falls asleep. I actually talk less. Empathy or honesty? Only around you? Well, that's flirtatious. I guess we're going with the flirtatious, right?
お前の前でだけおしゃべりになる。
お世辞がうまいんですから。言っとくけどそんなんじゃ照れないですからね。はい、どうぞ。
Oh, wait, I should have gave a gift just to see the box.
私、目標を決めました。なんだと思います？
To become a legendary, to become a legendary yakuza.
伝説のストリーマーになることだろ
う。Right?
そうなんです。伝説になれるかはちょっとわかんないですけど、でもみんなに愛されるようなストリーマーになりたいなーって。
She really does fit into all the other like hostesses vibes. So I don't know what she's like as her persona, like as her streamer persona. Maybe I'll check it out a bit. I don't know if this is a departure or just actual role playing herself. But yeah, she fits in really well if it's not her usual thing that she does. She definitely knows her cabaret club vibes for the series, if she's method acting right now. Like, the context is autobiographical. However, the way she's acting and presenting may be method acting, right? It could be trying to capture the same vibe as all the other hostesses, or it's just like her. It's hard to know. But it's really great. It's consistent. I mean, impressively consistent.
いらっしゃいませ。
うん。ああ。
Also, she has glasses. It's big.
会いに来てくれたんですか？嬉しい。やっぱり持つべきものは友だと思うんですよ。ジョーリュウさんは親友っていう感じの人いますか？
Also, I guess she's a VTuber, right? At least that's the impression people gave me. So this would be an incredibly different way of, like, if her fans, right, her viewers and her supporters would see her, be a big surprise, maybe a pleasant surprise, because generally I suppose she's using an avatar of some sort. I don't really know. I really should do my due diligence at some point. Do I have any close friends? I have online friends. Technically he does.
いるぜ。
さすがジョーリュウさん。
He wanted to say online friends.
毎日掃除とか洗濯とかしてくれる。そんな人欲しい。
Clean and do laundry.
何がいい
Interesting.
ですか？
Black champagne all day, every day.
はい。お願いします。Cheers to you. 乾杯。
Oh, that's different. Date destinations. Interesting.
ジョーリュウさんがもし私と付き合ったらデートはどこに連れてってくれます？
Oh, the question is us. Theme park. Interesting. An adult amusement park? Please start at my place. Whoa. Whoa. How about a theme park?
テーマパークはどうだ？
テーマパーク楽しいですよね。
Mid.
で
It's
も
mid.
混んでるところはちょっと疲れちゃうかも。
Okay. That's fair. I agree. Theme parks do get crowded. Perhaps a little overcrowded. Good people watching, but not if you're there to, you know, get on the rides and stuff. Fighting prowess?
ジョーリュウさんとお話ししてるとやっぱり強いって大事な要素だと思ってきちゃうんですよね。
In a time of peace?
強いんですか？
That's quite endearing. So far, I feel like while her tone, right, when she's talking and whatnot, are very in line with the other hostesses, her acting is far more, dare I say, a bit more Americanized. Like her body language and stuff. It's a little less reserved. It could be part of her character, but so far she's the fourth, right? Because we did the 3 previously. And yeah. I like it. Makes her stick out. You're a force speaker. I'm unbeatable. I've never been in a fight. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's kind of being humble, right? It's something that is role playing as Kiryu. You would kind of say that. We'll stick with this. RP points.
かっこいいです。やっぱり強い人って自分のこと強いとか言わないですもんね。
Fair enough.
守って。
Wait, we gotta see what kind of box animation she has. Mountain Dew. That's it. The drink of champions. Which convenient comes in a box. Oh wait, I did see this sequence. We did see the sequence.
また来てくれるの待ってるね。
Double hand wave. There are only 2 instances of double hand waves so far. Out of the 4 hostesses. All their scenes. Eh? Mm.
会いに来てくれたんですか？嬉しい。何がいいですか？
Black champagne all day, every day.
はい。お願いします。Cheers to you. 乾杯。
Getting out of things, as in like flaking.
私みたいに日本語が上手になりすぎちゃうと 言葉わかんないって言ってごまかすことができなくなっちゃうんですよ。
Interesting. You did what? You did that? I can't pretend I don't understand Japanese anymore. That's such a deep cut. That's such a deep cut. I'm curious, what do you say in those situations?
わからないときはなんて言うんだ?
Sorry, I don't speak Japanese. I don't
Yep.
understand anything.
Yep.
って感じ。
I as one with Chinese parents, when things get a little too complicated, like, oh, sorry, I don't speak English, for sure. This is especially when contextually it's probably some person who's trying to sell you something. That's a line. Most definitely a line. Too much alcohol.
飲みすぎちゃったかも。はあ、気持ち悪くなってきた。
It's so different from the other ones. I couldn't tell that. You should drink more water. Okay.
無理するからだ。
そんなこと言ったって、キャバ嬢は酒飲んでなんぼじゃないですか。失礼します。
Perhaps. He's the first to walk off camera. That's kind of I like it. I like it. We need more dialogue options. Let's
また来てくれんの。待ってるね。
She's also the only one that walked off camera. That's great.
いらっしゃいませ。
Obviously, we didn't explore all the cutscenes, but like all the pre-recorded stuff. That one was funny though. I like it. It's just
会いに来てくれたんですか？嬉しい。
double wave.
何がいいですか？
Black champagne all day, every day.
はい。お願いします。Cheers to you. 乾杯。
Pick up lines.
上流さんは女性を口説くときどういうこと言うの？試しに言ってみて。
What would kitty you use? Keep quiet and follow me. I would die for you. You're one interesting woman. Well, that's that's kind of weak. This, surprisingly, maybe. Let's go with this one.
お前のためなら死ねる。
あ、no no 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 上流さん。軽々しく死ねるなんて言っちゃダメですよ。
Okay.
言葉が軽く聞こえちゃいますよ。
Interesting. Being cheated on.
上流さんは
I think he still would say that.
浮気したらどうします？
What would you do if a girl break up with her? Pretend I didn't know. Depends on her feelings. That sounds like something. He's pretty stalwart though. Like just straight arrow.
きっぱり別れるな。
当たり前だよね。そりゃそうだよね。浮気は絶対許さないからね。ね、上流さん。
Well, that was very straight and narrow too.
私、ストリーマーとして世界中の人と交流していきたいって思ってるんですよ。で
Fair.
も、私のストリームでそんなことができるのか不安で。
I mean, this is a deep cut, but personally, the answer is no, absolutely not. But it's not about being able to do it. It's about striving to do it all the time. It's one of those things like, it's always a source of motivation. It's an endless source of motivation because it's an unattainable goal. But the unattainable goal is what drives someone to constantly better themselves. So if that has ever happened, then you can no longer grow or improve. And that would also imply a lot of things about humanity and the human condition that would utterly be ridiculous in my mind. The idea that human dynamics and communication doesn't change. Like, the only way idealistically that it is possible to be able to communicate with everyone across a lifetime, like in your lifetime you mastered communication, it would mean that the human communication dynamics stop changing. But it's ever present, ever moving. It's always a moving target. Because humans do not stay static when it comes to communications. So the short answer is no, absolutely not. But the long answer is absolutely not, but it doesn't matter. As long as you keep trying. That's how it goes. At least that's my 2 cents. Being someone who almost wholeheartedly 100% believe that communications is like absolutely imperative in human life. It's a skill that's absolutely imperative. Impossibly, unattainably able to master, right? It's immune to mastery. But at the same time, there's so much gain between wherever that lofty goal is and the bottom line. I believe the bottom line for overall communication has decreased over the years. It is circumvented and augmented and supplemented by convenience. So the bottom line average level of communication, both intrapersonally with yourself, right, and interpersonally with your peers, and or interpersonally between two different cultural microcosms, have decreased over the years. It is facilitated and replaced by tools that we use to supplement it. And one of the biggest one, I was going to tell a story about one of the biggest ones, which is how small business owners, as in anyone who makes online content, approach their businesses when trying to sell products and advertise themselves to other people. If you're ever one of those people who get approached by casual business owners, like say an artist who just contacts you with a DM, it is very, very clear to an individual, at least someone who focuses on communication, how deficient communication is for any business owner these days, especially online business, a self-business. And her career of choice, streaming, is one of those business practices. Becoming a business owner, which is a brand, and a streamer is eventually, for a career, is a business owner. The one thing, in my opinion, one of the top 3 things that keeps that person from success is communication. And I really love that Kason and etc., all her aliases focus on the idea that she has the goal of improving her communication, because if you're selling a service, number 1 service is communication, interpersonal communication. Inherently, though, you can get by with not that much of a refinement. You don't have to be like a diplomat or a politician level of elegance, right? Or like maybe even a gentleman's club, or like not a gentleman's club, like a high refinement, classiness, or elegance, or like be able to act in a way. But the bottom line is the bottom is really low, and the average is very low. Like things like when someone says, I do art. Do you need art stuff? And that's it. That's the communication. Like, well, first of all, you have to establish rapport, which the vast majority of people don't understand how to establish rapport with communication. Have to demonstrate that they have a service to offer the person. That implies that they know something about the person they're talking to, and also have examples of services they provide that can be relevant to the person. I would say 90% of my interactions with other business owners would first start by telling them what they are by status, title, self-proclaimed title, and then a direct question on if their assumption of the person's needs are met. Like, hey, it looks like you could use some art. Like, well, does it? It happens a lot. And that was the story I was going to say for another time. But this is great. I love this. The idea that that's her goal. And I like to think she's saying this from her personal experience, because she's more or less... I don't know anything about her actual persona that she has online, but it sounds like something that would come straight from the heart. And I believe in you. It's never too late to quit.
やったー、上流さんにそう言われると勇気出る。頑張って絶対人気のストリーマーになってみせますね。頑張ります。
I think she already is, so
この後
it's kind of
ア
quaint.
フターとかどうですか？
Go out of the box. What if it's to go to the arcade? Let's just go to the arcade. Come on. Or she shows
やっ
stream setup, maybe like a cosplay, something.
じゃあまた後でね。
Let's find out.
あ、またしちゃいました？ごめんね、上流さん。
いや、気にするな。飯まだだろ。
Sushi, huh?
寿司でも食いに行くか。
やったー、お寿司大好き。Thank you。はあ、お腹いっぱい。けどお腹ちょっときつい。これはまずいかも。
飯食った直後だからな。少しは腹も出るだろ
う。いや、カロリー取りすぎた。まだ太っちゃう。
That's really not how that works, but it's fine.
どうするんだ？
運動するしかないでしょう。食べたら運動。Simply the best。うちトレーニング動画あるんで。さあ、上流さん、行きましょう。
That's really not how that works either. The whole exercising thing.
上流さん。
Aww.
できましたよ。一緒に運動しましょう。
Okay, okay. You got me.
一緒にですよ。
Oh, I actually like her hair down like that.
運動する前は
Suggestive, but
ストレッチ。
it's kind of like cooking. This is cute.
ちゃんとほぐしてからじゃないと。怪我しちゃうかもしれない。
It's quite flexible. That's almost like okay, that's a little much, but her straddle is pretty good.
ちょっと大丈夫ですか、上流さん。そんなペースで私ならまだまだ早くできちゃうんですけど、ちょっと遅れてません？
That's a pretty good squat. Ab roller. Not so much on the ab roller. Obviously, it's are those 3 kilograms? Yeah.
結構重いんですからね。
Dumbbell press. Right.
上流さんもちゃんとやるんですからね。あとね。もう無理。限界っす。さすが上流さん。まだまだ余裕って感じっすね。汗かいちゃった。あ、上流さん、よかったらシャワー一緒に浴びません？
I think that was very cute. Very cute. Next to Kokoro's cooking. Very cute.
いらっしゃいませ。
Alright. Let's see what the details were for the profile. I forgot to look at IE's one. So, as a part of an effort to practice Japanese, his hostess began working clubs to socialize. That's probably a, actress, character detail. Weakness for good food and alcohol. I reckon that's also true for the actor. One of her hobbies is streaming gameplay for fans. Actor. This hostess lives lively personality has earned her a following. Absolutely true. She's boisterous when she's drunk. Cannot confirm nor deny, but her fans find it charming, interesting. I'm curious if that's a little bit, like a bit to do online every once in a while. She makes clumsy mistakes when she has too much to drink. That's a little, I don't know. That might just be fiction. But it makes for good stories on her stream. Okay. I'll take it. I bet that checks out. She doesn't have a ton of romantic experiences. Maybe something she's willing to share. But she still seems to know exactly what she wants. Fair enough. Her ideal partner is someone who's stoic and reliable. That's Kiryu in a nutshell. But decisive when it matters. Kiryu in a nutshell. In the future, she hopes that her web stream will connect her with folks all over the world. I think that's a check for her. Okay. IU. Okay.
Irashaimase. はじめまして、あゆです。今日はご指名いただきありがとうございます。一緒に楽しみましょうね。
Sounds good.
ああ、そうさせてもらうよ。
わあ、大人の余裕。こういうお店って慣れてらっしゃるんですか？まずはお酒作りますね。
That was a mid response.
次何飲まれますか？
The recording was a little the soundstage was a little back on that one.
すいません、こっちお願いします。お疲れ様です。いただきます。
Playing sports. Interesting.
上流さんって体格いいですよね。
Oh.
何かスポーツとかされてるんですか？
Baseball. I like trying out different positions. Well, no, I just bought. I mean, I believe he goes to the gym. He did once. Rezap.
毎日ジム通いしている。
やっぱり日々のトレーニングの賜物なんですね。筋肉は一日にしてならずって言いますもんね。
Where? Was it cold out?
最近寒くなってきましたよね。ここに来るまでも寒くなかったですか？
Winter has truly arrived. Winter has come. I ran here, so I'm actually sweating. I'm freezing. Why don't you come warm me up?
ああ、もうすっかり冬だな。
もう冬なんて1年が過ぎるの早いですよね。
That's a mid.
お酒お湯割りにしますか？温まりますよ。
Shochu, specifically. Interesting. What kind of box are you getting? Do you get a... What is the size of the box? Let's go with a dinner plate. Okay.
ありがとうございます。
Oh, it's kind of longer.
また来てくださいね。
Okay. Fair enough.
いらっしゃいませ。
ああ。
いらっしゃいませ。
That camera pan up, like the camera
次何
raising,
飲まれますか？
it's kind of long, wasn't it? Maybe a little bit longer than the others. She did mention shochu. Let's see.
すいません、こっちお願いします。
Okay.
お疲れ様です。
It doesn't change the scenes, obviously. What are you staring at?
上流さん、さっきからじっとしてどうしました？
Oh, really? You're so pretty, I can't help it. I just really need to use the toilet. That's a little strong there.
ついつい見とれてた。
実は気づいてました。ずっと胸見てますよね。見られてる方は結構わかりますよ。
Interesting. That was a mid response. The real response, the hype response would be to say her boobs are dressing on days off.
私、健康とか気を使う方なので、休日は楽な格好してることが多いですかね。
Okay. Very conservative. Like pants and flats? Like a sweatshirt and sandals. Like a gym your school gym outfit. What do you know? Okay.
パンツに健康靴とかか？
そうそう、そんな感じです。アクセサリーもあんまりつけないくらいで。
Yeah. Accessories do be a lot.
私、ありがたいことにこのお店のナンバーワンなんですけど、上流さんってナンバーワンってどうあるべきだと思いますか？
Act like themselves is probably what he would say. You should have a final say on things. They should have a final say on things. That's fair. I was only on top of... Oh my gosh, that's a loot joke.
最後にビシッと決める存在かな。
ああ、みんながサポートしてくれたことによって自分が最後に結果を残すってことですかね。確かにそれもナンバーワンっぽいですね。またお待ちしてますね。
He has a very delicate voice.
いらっしゃいませ。
ああ。
え？ Yeah, I think it's longer than the other ones.
いらっしゃいませ。今日はご指名ありがとうございます。
It might be the same. Just my imagination.
そうなんですよ。最近ますます接客とはってお仕事のこと考えるようになって。上流さんは接客ってしたことありますか？
Yes, many types of customers. I drove a taxi for a bit. True. I ran a cabaret club for a bit. True. I was a host for a bit. True. All of them are true.
少しだけキャバクラの経営をしていた。
そうなんですか？実はこのお店の元オーナーだったりします？
Wow. I thought all of them would be
急に
fine.
緊張してきました。
Oh, rip. Alright, fair enough. I mean, they're all true.
次何飲まれますか？すいません、こっちお願いします。お疲れ様です。いただきます。
Icebreakers. This one might be
ジョリ
funny.
ュウさんってこういうところ通い慣れてそうですよね。定番の世間話ネタみたいなありますか？
Prepare for a lewd one. Well, there are some cats I befriended. Nice. Bring back the legacy cat. Something about the time of year, perhaps? Interesting. Whatever's hot in the world of crime. No loot comment. Interesting. I want to hear this.
知り合いになった猫の話かな。
知り合いになった猫って、上流さんはそんな感じで猫に挨拶してるんですか？結構ファンタジーな人なんですね。
Interesting. Coffrets? Coffrets?
この季節になるといろんなコフレが出るからついつい買っちゃうんですよね。ジョルさん、コフレって何かわかりますか？
What? It's a microcosm. I do like that word, microcosm. Coffrets. I gotta look this up. What are coffrets? French? No. I mean, it kind of sounds like most of the hits suggest, I don't know. It might be a makeup thing. It kind of looks like a makeup thing.
化粧品だろ？
正解。
Okay.
さすが上流さん。
Had no
しっ
idea.
かり抑えてますね。コフレならいつでもプレゼント大歓迎ですよ。
Interesting. I learned a new word today. Do we have a coffret? Doesn't look like it. Let's just offer some sake. Which conveniently comes in a box.
ありがとうございます。またお待ちしてますね。
That champagne tower, though, on the right. Or
いらっしゃいませ。
what looks like set up for a champagne tower. That's kind of one thing. Because of the legacy of this game, I wouldn't mind being there to witness some like rich dude at a club or something. Not necessarily a cabaret club, but at a club do a champagne tower, right? That's too rich for my blood, but it would be fun to witness live someone ordering a champagne tower.
いらっしゃいませ。今日はご指名ありがとうございます。次何飲まれますか？すいません、こっちお願いします。お疲れ様です。
乾
いただ
杯。
きます。
Talkative women.
私こう見えて喋り出すと止まらないんです。でもずっと喋ってると嫌がられることも多くて。上流さんはそういう女性どう思いますか？
Kiryu? I like a little silence now and then. They're great as friends. I do like talkative people.
お世辞でもそう言ってもらえて嬉しい。私も賑やかな男性が好きです。もっとお話ししましょう。
Chinese food therapy. Huh. I wonder what this is about. Spice?
私、健康に興味があって、最近は薬膳を勉強してるんです。
Interesting.
上流さん、薬膳ってわかりますか？
I don't. Huh. It's about treating problems your body was born with? It's about treating problems your body might develop. Yeah, I mean, most alternative Chinese therapies are preventive. It's holistically preventive. So generally speaking, this is probably it. But I'm curious about the specifics of food therapy. Chinese medicine in general is... Oh, maybe that's translation. Translation things. Like a lot of things... They're not food, technically. I wouldn't say food. I would say medicinal therapies. Like consumption therapies. Like there is a lot of alternative medicine, and it's not medicine for treatment but for prevention. So things like drinking green tea and ginseng, for example, and stuff. It's preventive in a way, and you do consume it. So I'm guessing that's what Chinese food there. I haven't put those three words together before. But yeah, that's probably what they're referring to. Like just making healthy choices.
体質や体調に合わせた食事をとることで病気を予防して健康に保つっていう考え方ですね。
The word I would use is supplements. Chinese supplement therapy. You take supplements. And it's for the idea of healthy dieting, right? Healthy diets. Eating things that are good for you. You know, there are a lot of buzzwords like probiotics. I mean, if you go to the west side, it's like keto friendly. All those stuff are technically another version of food therapy. Technically. But yes, I'm no stranger to Chinese food therapy. My parents are most definitely traditionalists. And, you know, don't know if it really works, but kind of fun trying things. Sometimes, most of the time is no harm, no foul, right? But I would reckon a substantial amount of it is placebo. And placebo might seem underwhelming, but it is a very, very powerful effect. And scientifically speaking, sometimes being able to activate a placebo effect is all that matters to keep one healthy. So, in a way, yeah, it might not be the great active ingredient but I always been a romantic and a sap for the placebo effect. Especially when it comes to human encouragement, right? Lots of times, even for Chinese people, for example, tough love and pragmatism doesn't leave room for placebo. And what I mean by that is sometimes the kid you're interacting with, you just need to say good job. Not you can do better. And that's enough placebo. I'm just saying. You know, it's not study more. Sometimes saying good job means that they still study the same but do better. So, doesn't always have to be pragmatic. But I can imagine Chinese food therapy would take it a different way. But I would argue a substantial amount of them is no significantly greater than a placebo effect. Most of the time.
実は私、将来人助けができるお仕事がしたいんです。こういうお店を持つのもいいと思うんですけど、上流さんは私がどんなお仕事が合うと思いますか
？Running a beauty salon? Running a daycare? Oh, that's a deep cut. Only by coincidence, though. How about being with me? Huh. A daycare? I have no indicator to believe that. That's a little extensive. Beauty salons can take advantage of her ability to socialize. Daycare, kind of.
美容サロンの経営はどうだ?
なるほど。
She does like the cough
私は
threats.
美容が趣味みたいなものだか
Yeah.
ら、
And she worries about her
それなら
body
そ
a
のままお仕事
lot.
に活かせそう
So
で
it
す。
kind of checks out.
ちょっと考えてみます。また会えるの楽しみにしてますね。
I'm curious if the hostesses, like all the actors that they hired,
いらっしゃいませ。
were asked to approach it in a similar way as Kei or Keison, where you can largely candidly answer questions and stuff. You know, and they can choose to divert or portray something else if they choose, but have the freedom of being candid. And I wonder if the responses are as candid as Kei's. Ooh, there's some overexposure on the
今日の
nose
上流さん、
from the
なんか
lighting.
ちょっと違いますね。もしかして前に私がおすすめしたあれ続けてくれてるんですか？
I'm drinking water along with my alcohol. I'm eating eel so I can stay chipper through the day. That's Chinese food therapy. Yep, I'm brushing my teeth each night before. Is it a reference to the Chinese food therapy?
うなぎを食うと夜も元気ってやつな。
そんなこと言いましたっけ？確かに滋養強壮には良さそうですけど毎日うなぎを食べてるんですか？
It's probably that water and alcohol thing,
次
but I
何
was
飲
just
まれます
curious.
か？すいません、こっちお願いします。
That's something Chinese
ほ
food
んまに
therapy
めっちゃ嬉
happens.
しい、ありがとう。乾杯。
That's very like something. Hey, you know, you should eat more of this specific thing because it'll make you grow taller. That kind of thing. Favored cosplay.
お店のイベントでコスプレする日があるんですけど。
Oh, that's right.
ジョールさんだったら
That's a throwback.
どういうコスプレが好きですか？
A maid outfit, a job interview suit, idol costumes are nice. Those are all three that has occurred. So this is a inside joke. Not an inside joke, but an inside legacy knowledge. These are actually 3 costumes that you can get your hostess to wear during the cosplay stuff. And the management, the cabaret club management, has all 3 of these outfits. The question is, which one does she resonate with? Let's go with a maid outfit.
やっぱりメイド服だろ
う。ジョーリュウさん、意外とそういうのが好きなんですね。次に来てくれた時は、お帰りなさいませ、ご主人様って言ってみようかな。
Her drinking habits.
私、お酒飲んでも全然顔に出ないから、しょっちゅう飲みすぎちゃって。
Interesting.
いつもどれくらい飲んでると思いますか？
A bottle of vodka will get you blacked out. 2 bottles of champagne? Yikes.
焼酎1杯くらいか？
それよりは飲めると思いますよ。もし私がそれくらい飲めなかったら、お酒飲まないキャストとして頑張ってたかな。
Not the other 2 choices. That's a lot. What the heck? 2 bottles of champagne or a bottle of vodka? Maybe she meant to share? Cause like I took it literally. Like, I don't think drinking that much is that's weird. That one was weird. There's a loss in translation there for myself.
いらっしゃいませ。すごく会いたかったです。
Yeah, the blue light is overexposing on her nose.
次何飲まれますか？すいません、こっちお願いします。ほんまにめっちゃ嬉しい。ありがとう。乾杯。
Cheating.
その友達が言うには、2人で出かけたら浮気だって。上流さんはどこからが浮気だと思いますか？
Whoa. If you feel something for them, spending the night together, I've never bothered with details like that.
.心が動いたらだな。
ときめいちゃったらアウトってことですね。じゃあ恋心を持ってない異性と2人で出かけるってことは OK ってこと？
Interesting. That's a neutral response. So that gives an indicator that she's a traditionalist and not a progressive. That's fair. Dating apps.
友達がマッチングアプリで出会った人と初めてデートしたら聞いてたのと全然違う人が来たって。上流さんそういうのどう思いますか？
The first meeting is the real introduction anyway. I suppose, and not suppose, that's a very boomer way of looking at it, in my opinion. That's traditionalism again. Any blatant lies should be avoided. True. But one night stand, anything's fair game. I mean, a lie is a lie. Suppose.
そうですよね。長く付き合うことを考えたら、嘘をついても何の意味もないですよね。
If they're looking for long term, it's a big if. Like for example, not all dating apps are looking for long term. So it's a good if.
また会えるの楽しみにしてますね。
And emphasize.
いらっしゃいませ。
I don't resonate with traditionalism when it comes to binding a person by gender lines. So that can be a tough thing to find compromise. Like the whole idea that I can't trust someone to have enough discipline and empathy to understand that I'm more than welcome and understand that they may hang out with a lot of different people. And that their love is bigger than just one person. With that said, traditionalism can find that incredibly difficult to accept. And that comes with a bit of cynicism as well. But I like to believe that I prefer to be naive and be proven wrong and disappointed than underestimating people I trust and people I care about. I truly believe that they have the potential and discipline to do so. As opposed to vibing with that traditionalism where, for example, two people who are heterosexual cannot be friends kind of thing. Sure, I suppose. But the moment I stop believing in people's potential is the moment I give up one of the few principles that I have. So I like to take that to my grave, believing in people. So I don't stop believing in people. Cynicism be darned. I think traditionalism is based on cynicism. Rules and decorum is to help protect cynicism. Keep them safe, and it's a shame we have to. But I can respect why that's the case. That people believe. And I already acknowledged that I accept being disappointed and hurt and whatnot. It is the risk I'm willing to take than underestimating someone. I'd rather play the fool for the rest of my life than be someone who's consistently underestimating humans. Pursuing dreams.
私は自分の夢を追いたくなるタイプだから、真剣になるとそれを最優先で頑張っちゃうんですよね。
That's fair. That's quite endearing. Does that make dating difficult? You need a guy who's the same way. I mean, that's true. You'll need a guy who thinks the same way. This is kind of mid.
そうですね。彼も夢を追いかけてる人がいいです。でも、そんな人を支えるのも素敵ですよね。
That's quaint. Admiring her.
おしぼりどうぞ。じっとして何見てるんですか？
Oh, are we going back to the boob thing? Your eyes, they're beautiful. Those sexy lips, your makeup's outstanding. I think we can go with makeup because she's kind of leaned on makeup a couple of times already, right? No, never mind. Okay. She's the one that's covering up insecurity. Alright, fair enough. A couple times already. There are hostesses that vary between their responses. There are hostesses that take pride in their makeup. And that's nothing to be embarrassed about, in my opinion. But apparently, she has insecurities about her makeup. It's a, you know, it's a gamble. How about we, give her this. Which conveniently comes in a box. Not good enough. Okay. Alright. That dress is really weird. Like the lacing? Kinda weird. This part's kind of weird. More about me? Like Kiryu?
上流さんって聞き上手ですよね。だけど上流さんのことももっと聞いてみたいです。
Legendary Yakuza, here it comes. Actually, I have amnesia. I'm not good at talking about myself. I don't have anything to talk about. Kind of humorous. Something about himself is not being good at talking about himself.
自分から話すのが苦手なんだ。
そうなんですか？でも本当に言いたいことは本音で言ってくれそうな雰囲気がありますよね。
Oh, we already did all three of these. Alright.
友達がマッチングアプリで出会った人と初めてデートしたら聞いてたのと全然違う人が来た。上流さん、そういうのどう思いますか？
No permutation of them.
突き通せない嘘はやめた方がいい。
そうですよね。長く付き合うことを考えたら嘘をついても何の意味もないですよね。
Okay.
上流さん、美容サロン経営のために必要な資格の勉強を始めたんです。
No.
おかげさまで大切な一歩を踏み出すことができました。
Guess your time here is up, eh? Congratulations. Let's raise a glass to you. That's beautiful.
おめでとう。祝杯をあげようか。
もう詳しくは聞かないんですね。
Oh.
上流さんにはいつもついつい乗せられちゃいます。いえ、なんでもないです。
Interesting. Is that, are there more than one response?
この後予定空いてますか？よかったらアフター行きませんか？
ぜひご一緒しよ
う。Makeover?
嬉しい。ありがとうございます。楽しみ。
Maybe they get a makeover together or spa day?
ごめんなさい。お待たせしちゃいましたか？
いや、大して待ってないさ。それじゃ行くか。
素敵なお店。ちょうどお腹空いてたんですよ。
好きなものを頼んでいいぞ。
ありがとうございます。ごちそうさまでした。ああ、美味しかった。
それはよかったな。
ねえ、上流さん。上流さんって写真撮影得意ですか？
Photography。
写真撮影？まあ、それなりにできると思うが。
じゃあ、ちょっと撮ってほしい写真があるんですけど、いいですか？
ああ、別に構わないが。
じゃあ行きましょう。
Interesting.
ねえ、この衣装似合ってるかな？
That's a curveball.
実はずっと前からこの衣装着てみたくて。上流さんだからお願いしちゃった。
That is that was this is unexpected. Fair enough. Wow, she looks very different with that makeup and that hairstyle.
なんだか恥ずかしいね。
I kind of like that
こん
hairstyle
なポ
quite a
ーズ
bit.
上
More.
流さんにしか見せられないよ。
It complements her like her face quite a bit.
もっと秘密の写真撮りたくないですか？
Well, now.
上流さんがよかったら。
Black works for her. Yeah. Black definitely works for her. Alright. That's it. We did it. Really, there's only one task left. And it's Amon. Guess we can go and do Amon. And then we'll do closing remarks next time. Just like mess around, complete some stuff. Actually, you know what? We'll save Amon for next time. It's a great, elegant way that leads into closing remarks. Will be a shortish session next time. This location though, it does kind of make me miss going to locations that are just incredibly vibrant with neon lights everywhere. Vegas was alright, but it was tough because it was also very hot in Vegas. So being outside was tough, but it was very glamorous. Lots of lights. That water spout though, that shoots across. Alright. Alright. Next time, we'll wrap it up. Alright, folks. There you have it. Alright. Thanks for hanging out and listening. If you're going to watch this later, thanks for watching. You're always free to comment, share, and discuss. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.